Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge is basically taking away their defense?
Am I the only person in the world talking about attacking the timeline, hacking the timeline, hacking the timeline, hacking the timeline?
Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge is basically taking away their defense?
Taking away their defense.
Like, am I in crazy? 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 Like, am I in crazy?
Challenge the timeline of the murders.
Talking about attacking the timeline.
What's the strategy today? Winning.
Whose motherfucking hair is that?
What's the strategy today? Winning.
The consensus has been challenge the timeline of the murders. Challenge the timeline of the murders.
Hi. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to rmproductions. I am R or M or both. It's 7:11 p.m. Y'all have been very patient with me today. Much appreciated. It was a crazy day. I was all excited to do a daytime stream and I was like, this is going to be great. It didn't happen. I had to do a work. Oh my goodness. Who do we got? She's doing a midterm. How's everybody feeling tonight? Is everybody having weather? I'm hearing there's like weather stuff happening. Fire stuff happening. I hope everybody is safe. Hey, Fiend. You're 2 seconds later than me, so you are late. Stephen Avery's appellate court decision comes out tomorrow morning on his motion for post-conviction relief. Wow. I didn't even know that he was in the middle of that. That's interesting. So I don't know if y'all can relate to this. I'm like having some lighting problems. I don't know if you can relate to this, but ever since becoming immersed and consumed in the criminal case against Richard Allen, I have fallen on the side of everybody should be able to get their appeal meaningfully considered, which is probably how we all should lean, but I certainly didn't really pay attention to anything prior to this. And now every time I hear that someone is pursuing post-conviction relief, I'm like, yeah, good, they deserve it. I know nothing about their case. I heard something about the help. It's the case that the prosecutor's podcast is always angry about. You know what I mean? Anyway, hey, Julie, Judy, good to see you. Hey, Steve, Angel's not devil's favorite. Hi, Queen. How did, do we have an update on our mascot? Please let us know. Mike says, yeah, he's not getting out. Probably not. Yes, thank you, Amanda. Yeah, they're just forever mad about that, man. They are mad. Yeah, I don't know much about it, to be honest. The Prosecution Diaries. Yes, or as DB likes to call it. Don't we have a merch for that? We have to. I'm pretty sure we have a merch for that. Of course we do. Prosecution Diaries. All right, y'all. We got it. We got stuff to talk about. So I woke up this morning and I got my weekly Tuesday email from the Carroll County Comet that I'm still getting. Even after Deb Lowe left, I have maintained my subscription because I feel like it's good to know what's going on. Hey, Emily. So we're going to jump right in. Because, oh, that sounds good. Nick Mcleland is doing a yap. He's doing a yap. He has joined his brothers in blue. And he is doing a yap. And I hope they keep yapping, honestly. That's all I can say. You're like Dr. Russell with her Boston Globe subscription. Yeah, I am. Don't impeach me over it, Commonwealth. I love Dr. Russell. Oh, we about to go over it. Carroll County Comet. Y'all can see this, right? Yes, you can. Keep yapping, booze. Hey, woman. So we got cleared. 7 letters delayed Allen's conviction for 5 years by Amy Graham McCarty. Y'all know I love Amy, right? She and I go way back. She is my girl. Carroll County Prosecutor Nick Mcleland spoke to the Carroll County Comet Friday, his first interview since the gag order was lifted in the Delphi double murder case. This is part of a continued series of firsthand perspectives from those closest to the case by journalist Amy Graham McCarty. You think she's going to interview the defense? Probably, right? That's probably next. That's what I'm thinking. 7 letters prolonged the investigation into the person responsible for killing Abby and Libby, written in red on a tip sheet with information. Tip 74 was the word cleared. Did we know it was written in red? I thought that it had a green sticker. See, we're already having problems with this. I've not read this yet, y'all. I've read parts of it, and I was like, I'm going to stop, and I'm going to do this in real time with all my friends. I don't think we knew that it was in red. I thought it was in green. Apparently it was in red. That one word allowed Richard Allen's self-reported tip to be filed away until 2022. A year earlier, in 2021, Carroll County Prosecutor Nick Mcleland says investigators circled back to review the nearly 20,000 tips received in the case. Is my woman doing a chaos in here? Because we are getting some competing numbers here. So initially, what did we have? 70,000, and then Kathy Shank turned it into 14,000, and now apparently it's 20,000. So whoops is counting your tips? Allen of Delphi, unless you ask Kathy Shank's daughter, in which she'll say, he doesn't hail from here. We don't claim him. He brought evil to our door. Girl, he's been there for like 20 years, okay? He's a local. Anyway, was convicted and sentenced of for the murders of Abby and Libby. He confessed more than 60 times. Thank you, Amy, for the review. For 2 years, Mcleland and later his team of deputy prosecutors, Stacey Diener and James Luttrell, had remained tight-lipped about the case. Considering a gag order placed in December 2022 by Special Judge Fran Gull. With the gag order lifted, he is allowed to speak because, of course, we know he lived by that gag order. Hey, Kokomo. I'm not looking at the chat, y'all, because I want to do a focus, but I will look at it in a little bit. But I did see Kokomo's here. And woman says 2 + 2 = 14,000. 2 + 2 = 14,000, and that's how we got the bridge guy. We got the bridge man. Yes, we did. Damn. After nearly a year of reviewing tips, Kathy Shank, retired Division of Family and Children worker and investigative team volunteer, revisited tip 74. Allen's self-reported tip placed him on the Monon High Bridge the day the girls went missing. This tip had information from Allen that he saw 3 girls on the trail between 1:30 and 3:30. Come back to that. Allen told Indiana Conservation Officer Dan Doolin he was wearing clothing similar to a man recorded by Libby following the girls across the bridge and instructing them to go down the hill. That man was dubbed Bridge Guy. Also not true. It wasn't misfiled. It wasn't lost because Allen's name was entered as Richard Allen Whiteman in the tip database. The reason we didn't find it was because on the tip someone wrote cleared. So we put it in the file that it was cleared. That file was marked accordingly. It was in a file purposefully filed as cleared because last night, I believe the conclusion that we came to was that it was just loose in a banker's box in a drawer. Okay. We'll get back to that. In 2021, we had a meeting with all law enforcement and said, let's go back and review every tip and see if we missed something. This is a different story than we got last night. I got a couple of comments recently that were like, can you please finish a sentence? Can you please stay on task and topic for more than 2 seconds? No. Okay, I'm trying. However, I have to stop and just call attention to the fact that literally last night we spent like 3 hours going over all of the Kathy Shank stories, and this was never one of them. That law enforcement made an intentional decision to go and review every tip. No, Kathy was just I thought Kathy was entering all of the backlogged papered tips that y'all hadn't entered, right? Hello, hey skeptic. Ay ay ay. Good Lord. Now I'm confused. Now I'm even more confused. Look at Liggett's fucking face. My goodness. Hey, Warline. As above, so below. That proves the bullet never existed when Kagan was interviewed. That bullet is tricky. Whatever it is, from wherever it hails, I don't believe it has relevance to anything, to be perfectly honest. Okay. KO. Good to see all of you who I have not said hello to yet. We're trying to do a focus because I got scolded. All right. We had a meeting. Let's go back and review every tip and see if we missed something. Kathy had the wherewithal to read the tip, just like Libby had the wherewithal to record the bridge man, and Abby had the wherewithal to hide the phone. All the women have wherewithal. Better than overalls. Hey, this guy was on the trail that day. I've never read a tip with the name Richard Allen. This is important. Kathy Shank, is that a fact? Or have you actually already seen a Richard Allen tip? Perhaps you saw that Richard Allen tip months earlier. It's not a defamation if it's true. That's all I'm saying. Shank took the tip to now Sheriff Tony Liggett. It clicked that this is the guy that everybody saw, and here we are, Mcleland said. If there's a hero in that part of the story, is Kathy Shank and Tony Liggett. That's what I always have said about Tony Liggett. If ever there's a hero, it's Tony. Mcleland said learning of the tip left him with a mix of emotions. It was a roller coaster, he said. Nobody knows who cleared Allen's tip in 2017. We don't know to this day who wrote cleared. There have been thousands of tips and tons of people working on it. The tip that was entered had cleared written on it in red. It doesn't matter what his name was filed under. The point is someone wrote cleared on the tip. Huh? That doesn't make sense. Please do this, Ariel. Oh my God, that would make my life. All right, y'all. I already have some questions. We have no idea who wrote it. It just appeared in red, even though yesterday we heard it was a green sticker. Oh, I've heard a lot of podcasts where they blame Dan Doolin. Woo woo! That's us. Fuck you, Dan Doolin. However, Dan Doolin's a good officer. He's thorough. He's a good officer. I don't think we should focus on blame. We should focus on Kathy because we're going to blame her when all this comes unraveled. She's our scapegoat. We're going to call her a senile. We're going to be like, Kathy Shank. Don't blame Dan Doolin. Don't tell me what to do. We should focus on Kathy having the wherewithal to bring it to law enforcement. They're doing one of these. They're like, hey, look over here. Look over here. Look at this cute little old lady. This cute little old lady making goulash in the back of the task force building. I've heard a lot of podcasts, he says, although I thought he said I don't listen to social media in a minute, so we'll get back to that. Shank, he said, spent 8 to 15 hours a day. 8 to 15 hours a day, Nick? She's pulling more hours than you in your 30 hours to 32 hours. Steve, ask me, maybe, let me think about it, Steve. Because I have an agenda for once, because like I said, I got a scold. But I would love to hear how Angel is doing, regardless. Let us know. I know a lot of us are very concerned about our mascot. Longer than the sheriff? My God. Shank spent 8 to 15 hours a day. Y'all, I think that you're doing a labor violation. I don't have my labor. Let me get my labor person on speed dial and ask him, because this feels like a violation. Where's Michael? Where's Kara? Has anyone heard from Luke Britt while I'm thinking of him? He just came into my head. We should get that guy. We should talk to that guy. She's volunteering no labor law. Isn't that interesting? Did you say you got a scold? Yeah, Stray, I got a scold. I got a scold from like three. Like I had like 3 comments in the past 48 hours about how my street, I don't finish my sentences or stay focused or on task enough, which is true, but I welcome the feedback. It's volunteering, so there's no violation. Is it elder abuse? Miku and I are like, that's illegal. Wait, hold on. I'm not as fast with this as that other guy that comes on sometimes. You know who I'm talking about? What's his name?
That's fucking illegal.
Lord. Okay. The only thing she's missing is an S on her chest for Superman because she's a hero. Yes, she is to you. Once law enforcement determined Alan was a viable suspect, Mcleland said he did not get excited. I've been working this case for 7 years in February, starting a year after they died. It was 6 years of highs and lows. Hey, we got this person, we got this tip. You would ride the roller coaster up the hill and it would be a huge letdown. I can understand that. It's because you got a bunch of idiots working for you. When investigators told him that Alan was a suspect, Mcleland said to himself, I'm not going to ride this roller coaster again. Let's see how this develops. Really? Because you sure did have Tony Liggett and Jerry Holman in your office for hours on October 12th. Hours. Hours and hours and hours. I wonder what you were talking about. Maybe you guys were authoring a search warrant, actually. Bean, what's for dinner tonight? I know it's not chicken pie night. Yeah, yesterday Kathy didn't read the tips, so now I'm confused. JC says the word S the S would actually be suspicious. It seems to me that Nick has a lot to worry about at the moment. Andy, I think you're right, which is why I think that this is a great time to flood him with public access requests. I was a defense attorney for 9 years before I was a prosecutor, so my initial reaction to everything is, all right, prove it, he said. Traitor. I put that on investigators and law enforcement. I do that every time I get a case. I say, all right, prove it. Wow, man. That's a really high bar. High bar. Gray space. Can anyone explain why exactly this tip was clearly the guy? Timing. They were in big bubbles. And they said, we need another suspect. And Kathy said, Deebs. I can always count on the FOMO to bring my Deebs to just kind of draw him. He can feel when people are having a good time without him. And he's like, I got to get in there. I got to get in there. Yeah. Yeah, they did. They pitchforked him. They forked that guy. So lots of things were happening. But what's weird is that Kathy says, literally Kathy Shank is the one that decided that Rick was Bridge Guy. She said, I saw that he saw 3 girls on the trail and we knew that we hadn't identified Bridge Guy yet. And Bridge Guy saw some girls. Okay, well, Bridge Guy would have seen 4. And Rick said he saw 3. It was like 1 older girl and like 2 children, not anywhere near the girls that reported seeing Bridge Guy. But that didn't matter because Kathy Shank was like, it's him. So she took it upon herself to change his name and turn him from a witness providing an eyewitness account to she did a sua sponte. And you know what sucks? That it really seems like the women of this parade are the most evil villains. We got a fucking Shank. We got a Gull. We got a Walla. Like, what is going on, women? God. It's so frustrating. Making us look stupid. I don't love it. Kathy Shank's daughter jumped me today. Let me find out. Don't forget fashion model Stacey Diener, you're right. Damn, Paris Hilton Jr. Yeah, thank God for Jennifer. Let's keep it moving, Angela. All these people are saying the fourth girl doesn't count because she was little. That's an insane take. That's wild. When law enforcement gathered evidence from Alan's home during the execution of a search warrant, something was missing. They couldn't find the phone he was using in 2017. On it, there may have been potential evidence that could further connect him to the murders. We gathered his phone 5 years before he was arrested. We might have gathered more info. He had a collection of phones dating back to 1998, but he didn't have that phone. Maybe he did a fucking upgrade, you loser. You know, people do upgrades. Rick seems like a pretty financially savvy guy. He probably just was like, let me do an upgrade. Weirdo. He said he didn't know if he had the phone or not. He said his wife may have recycled it. That was a big piece of evidence, and we missed an opportunity to collect it. Had we followed up in 2017, we would have had a plethora of info, where he was, what he was doing, all those things. Imagine if you let the geofence info in. Imagine. Because you would have seen that he wasn't there. The missing phone was important. Alan kept in his possession phones dating back to 1998, leading up to the phone he was using. He also had phones that were used immediately following the phone he was using. So this is called a nothing burger. Thank you, DB. My thoughts exactly. This is called a fucking nothing burger. Yes, Andy, he did. Not only that, you don't need the fucking physical phone to pull up the data. Stupid weirdos. They didn't even try. Or they did, and they knew that it was not going to happen. That's my kind of burger. I don't know if it was big to the jury, but it was big to me. I mapped out the release dates of the phones with Christopher Cecil, looking at when the phones were released. We know he had a phone for at least this long, so the next phone would be the next release date. Huh? That sounds like a 2 + 2 = 14,000. Yeah. Fudge knuckles, Steve. I've been saying fuck knuckle. I didn't know it was fudge knuckle. I don't buy my phones based on their release dates. Some guy with cancer says, oops. I was uncomfortable all day getting a spot in my lung frozen. And even then, I'd drop kick Kathy Shank. It's evidence of literally nothing. Sometimes, evidence of nothing means nothing. It's so hard to keep my mouth shut about things that haven't come out yet. Who dis? Who says you got to keep your mouth shut? Let it out. Free yourself, man. Free yourself, fam. There's no more gag. Okay, but somebody's asking about spit on the girls is an odd, Nick. Nah. Not at all. No, we're going to let it all out tonight. Looking at when the phones were released. What is that sentence, bro? There were obvious gaps around the time around the murder where he had the phone after and before, but not at the time of the murder. What? What? Huh? He gave you his phone. He brought it to Dan Doolin, the devil of Delphi. He said, look, here's my IMDb number. IMEI. Hey, Jake Snyder. Good to see you, friend. They could subpoena the carrier. They don't need the phone. Yeah, they literally don't need the phone. If it were that, imagine if it was that easy to get rid of evidence on a phone by just getting rid of the phone. Everyone would just get rid of their fucking phones. Am I in crazy world? Oh my God, hey Deebs.
Hello there.
What's going on?
How are you doing? I couldn't hear you. Say that again.
I said this way.
Is the audio going out for you guys in the chat? Can you hear me? Oh,
I can hear you. Oh no, I can't hear.
audio was bad. I think it's better now.
Why? Did you bing bong me?
Bad audio.
Is it better?
Guys, we need audio checks faster. Mods.
I'm back.
Okay?
Deebs.
What?
What What's wrong with this guy?
Nick's nose?
Yeah.
Well, I was doing some geometry earlier and some triangulation, and I was able to determine that his nose has been damaged in some way. So I've been contacting local bars to see if I can get any security footage of him getting punched in the nose by Vinlanders. We'll see. Not looking great so far, but you never know.
We did do a forensic comparison, and it looks like it's been crooked for a minute, though. Is it getting? But it seems to be getting worse.
It's getting worse, man. I asked ChatGPT. I said, "Can you analyze this nose?" And then just said, "This nose is fucked up, dude."
Poor guy. Well,
Not great.
who am I to argue with Chat GPT?
What
I
are
don't
these
know
guys
what it
doing
means.
here?
What guys?
Hey, 231, not bad for viewership, you know?
Hey, y'all. We're reading about Nick and the cell phone. I can't make sense of this. Can you make sense of this sentence?
Yeah, hit me with it one more time.
Okay. The missing phone was important, McClelland believes. Allen kept in his possession phones dating back to 1998, leading up to the phone that he was using in 2017. He also had phones that were used immediately following the phone he was using in 2017 and beyond. I don't know if it was big to the jury, but it was big to me, Nick said. I mapped out the release dates of the phones with Christopher Cecil, looking at when phones were released. We know he had a phone for at least this long, so the next phone would be the next release date. There were obvious gaps around the time around the murder where he had the phone after and before, but not at the time of the murder. It could have been a coincidence, but that was odd. That's where we found ourselves.
Nick, what the fuck are you talking about?
What does that mean?
So you mapped out the release dates. So does he know every single phone dude has ever owned? Okay, so because did he tell you? You were literally dumb as fuck, Nick.
Mandy says you are literally dumb as fuck, Nick.
So the whole thing about his phone being missing, boy, wouldn't it be nice if they just had it? Wouldn't it have been nice if they were just meaner to him in 2017?
Yeah.
Didn't like him.
Yeah. Wait. He literally says, looking at when phones were released. Is that an Amy
Are
or
you a
Nick?
teenage girl?
Did they not subpoena the carrier? What the fuck? He's
Exactly. You know, there's a really weird question he asks. He asked Eldridge if she ever worked for AT&T.
Why?
She's like, no, but you look like a fucking mall kiosk AT&T dealer, you fucking weirdo.
It does. Oh my gosh, Christina Jarvis, don't put so much pressure on yourself to stay focused. You're perfect just the way you are. Focused is boring. That's nice.
Thank you.
DB, that's for you, Deems.
Oh, okay. That's perfect. I'm glad she sent us California currency, $6.99 Californian.
Yeah. It's nice,
I
right?
work for the fucking FBI. Here's the thing about Stacey Eldridge, guys. People will be like, oh my God, Jennifer Coffendorfer worked for the FBI. Okay, maybe a bad example. She's kind of, you guys know her. Let's think of another FBI agent, Rich Davies, or one of those characters, right? Well, you're a special agent with the FBI. I mean, say you work financial crimes or crimes against children. You're going to know a lot about digital forensics, correct? You would think, right? Don't answer. So we also know that she wasn't a special agent. She was on the CART team, the C-A-R-T team, right? And that's important because it's like the CAS team, but for digital forensics. She wasn't a special agent. She was a actual like certified examiner on a very prestigious team. So a lot of times, you know, expert witnesses will be like an FBI agent or a state police officer that had a lot of training and specialized, like Cecil. You know, when he retires, he probably is going to be getting paid as a expert witness in court, civil lawsuits and criminal trials, making some good money doing that. You know, he knows enough to fuck around with a Celebrite report. But you have somebody like Eldridge who's on the fucking CART team, it's a whole different level.
So like she knows her shit.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like a newbie way of summarizing. She's like not just like a coffin doff. She's like a real baddie.
Yeah. And when Coffindoffer goes to her resume and she says, I was with the SWAT team for 20 years, the FBI. You didn't do anything else. Not a thing else. So you were a jock for the FBI. He went to the FBI Academy in October of 2017. Oh yeah, December. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Let's keep reading.
Yeah,
this is
card team.
Gonna get better. I don't know what this means. It could have been a coincidence. What are you talking about?
What, the phone?
Doing it? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Can I ask you to help out with something really quick?
Always, Steve.
If we're gonna do this show together, this TV show together, when you scroll, do you mind putting the thing that you're reading in the middle? Because you put it at the top, and like sometimes I gotta read what you just said again, but it gone. Perfect. Now this is gonna make the show much better, I think. What is this? I blocked this woman. She was seriously. Okay. There were obvious gaps around the time when the murder. Around the murder where he had the phone after and before. What does that mean? But not at the time of the murder. It could have been a coincidence. So is he saying that he used the phone a little bit before the murder, used the phone a little bit after the murder? You're muted. And not just the tones of your colors.
Oh, okay. They are. So, I don't understand any of this. Any of it. I don't even know what he's trying to say. And he's not an idiot. He's a prosecutor. He's pretty smart. What are you talking about? Oh God. All right. Well, I guess let's keep reading. By the way, side note, I like this picture of Rick. I think that's a good picture of him. I think he looks great.
He looks hot. I love it.
He does. He looks really good. He looks way better than he did a couple months before. I love him. I love him too. Isn't that funny? We love you're a fucking, what do they call us? Whatever. Who cares?
Dumb bitches.
Dumb bitches. For Mcleland, looking back over the trial, he admits that oh wait, put it in the middle. You said, got it. It's in the
Douglas
middle.
McClellan.
Douglas McClellan. Nicholas Dickless McCletus. Yep. Looking back over the trial, he admits there are a few things he would do differently. Obviously, the tip being overlooked for 5 years is huge and unfortunate. It's not huge for trying the case, but it is a huge thing for the family.
What the fuck does it have to do with doing shit different at the trial?
It doesn't. It literally doesn't.
Okay, cool.
Unless, well, I don't know. We had to go an additional 5 years. That's a big deal. And we can't blame anyone because we don't know who wrote cleared on the tip sheet.
Okay,
why don't you do
right. I thought Orion was like a digital system, right? It was like a database.
I think you did a melatonin last night, DB, where we learned all about what actually happened is Kathy Shank. So what happened was the Unified Command Task Force basically wasn't fucking using Orion. They like used it at the very beginning and then they like stopped inputting shit into it. They had all of their shit on paper because they're weirdos, and they brought Kathy in to like go through all their paper tips and like keep and like enter them into the the Orion system. The
PP tips?
Yeah, the PP tips.
Okay, well, my question about Unified Command is, can you explain this? Bitch, hold on tight, cause I tweak in this bitch, not letting shit go. In that corner. I don't know anything about that. Who just says, too bad you didn't have the geofence info, because I've heard it's lit. Y'all would shit yourself over some of the info. I've shit myself for less, dude. One time I sneezed. This is what? How old was I? It was a couple months ago. So, why is Doug standing like that? Why is he moving like that? He moves like a snake. In that corner, bitch, hold on tight, cause I tweak in this bitch, not letting shit go. They call him the serpent. of Marion County.
You added Jeremy Piers in the little corner, the bottom right.
Yup.
Love that.
Yeah, he's puzzled.
Mm-hmm.
As I would be puzzled myself.
Yeah.
Let me see what this fucking chick sent me.
Okay, I'm gonna keep doing a read because that's what we're gonna do. The only other thing is I would have had someone testify about the pattern of life of Richard Allen while he was in jail, what he did day to day to have more impact for the confessions.
You stupid. The pattern of life?
He really said that? He really fucking said that? I was actually going to be a little bit, I was actually going to do a compliment, not even a compliment. I was just going to go easy on him for this article because I thought he could have been way worse.
Dickless McGillicuddy?
There it goes. Wow. Having an account of Allen's behaviors and actions leading up to and following his 60-plus confessions could have helped show the jury that Allen did not make those due to being psychotic.
That's elder abuse, sir.
Dude.
This is footage of Nick coming back from Turkey, it looks like.
Oh my God. I hate it.
Look at that head, dude.
Do I have to? I hate it.
Oh, yeah, it's gone.
This is perfect. QB Investigates is here. I made it. I'm here for live. It's been so long. Hi.
Oh, yeah, dude. QB, Excited Utterance, fucking Emily Stone, the king, or the queen of snitching on fucking Gauls here.
Donna Salamander's here. We haven't seen her in a minute, too.
Thank you for everybody on Twitter today who have personally reached out to me and said you'd pitch in $5 to Kara. I think she really appreciates that. And I'm going to just keep the money, but those of you who sent it to me, that's really cool.
Y'all are the best. We love it. So this is a great point, Judge Jessica. He literally has video of all of it. Yeah, he's like, oh, I wish that we could have showed more video. Didn't our defense daddy in training basically get on the stand and be like, bitch, I wanted to show you more and you wouldn't let me? You know what I mean?
Well, just, yeah, he can say that because it's subject of a prior motion in the court. Like, dude, the court record's going to speak for itself.
I hate
There's
him.
motions about this shit already, you know?
He doesn't do a read, though. He only does an ex parte read. Just play the tapes, bro. Nicole says, just play the tapes, bro.
Just fucking play them, man. And the only reason that they ended up getting half the shit in that they needed to is because they tricked McLeodus, McDick Buddy, to accidentally not follow motion to eliminate to leave it out.
Yep.
So this guy, McClentus, you're up to no good, dude.
He is.
And I know about your ex parte habits.
He's sitting on Gold's lap. That looks great.
Yeah, I mean, what does it look like? That's her. That's him. You know?
It's adorable.
My bad. I'm going to stop derailing. And the slammer. There's Angin.
Sorry, go ahead.
Andy's backfang. Or Brad's backfang.
That's
I don't know
a hike.
how much weight jurors put into the confessions. Well, you're not a fan of a podcast that I won't name.
Yes, he is.
Pattern of life. What is up with that? Chat, what does pattern of life mean?
Staring at the ceiling, not doing a feces smear on yourself equals not psychotic, I guess. Just sitting and staring means you're not psychotic. I don't know.
Well, they fucking put his 2013 movie searches or 2023 movie searches while he was in the pit of fucking hell in Westville.
Yeah, they did.
Exhibit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that is a pattern of life. Someone using a device. No?
Okay. This article is long. He didn't make them due to being psychotic. Notice he never says he wasn't psychotic. He's very careful. He didn't make them because he was psychotic. How the fuck do you know? I don't know how much weight jurors put into confessions, he said. You were a defense attorney and now you're a prosecutor, and you really expect us to believe that, like, I don't really know how much weight jurors put into confessions. I think you know that they make or break a case, Nick. I think you know that. Obviously, they carried a lot of weight to us, because I'm not sure why someone would confess to something they didn't do, says a 9-year former public defender. I think it would have more impact if we showed his day-to-day activities and then showed he made the confessions at normal behavior. I'm sorry, isn't that the entire thing he tried to do with Dr. Marmon the very last day as the rebuttal witness before closing? And it completely backfired in his stupid face, because they did show Rick Allen, they played the phone call, and then Rosie's like, hey, one more question, Dr. Marmon. And then he played the video hours after that phone call, and the dude's catatonic. Like, you asked for that.
You know what I would have asked if I was cross-examining him?
What?
I would have said, Dr. Marmon, is it true that you're a psychiatrist at the Indian State Prison? He says yes. And then I would say, is it true that I have some sugar water over here?
I don't get it. Like,
sugar water.
I don't get it, Deebs.
Then I would say, blink. I would go up to his face and I would fucking whoof in his eyeballs, and you could see him blinking sideways because he's a lizard.
Holman doesn't have eyeballs. Ariel doesn't get it either. What is sugar water? That's why DB has never lost a case, says Amanda.
Yeah, exactly. Because I'll fucking woof in your eyeball.
Yeah, there he is. Brad Weber just left. Brad Weber, how'd it go? Brad Weber, did you do it? Brad Weber, did you do it?
So there's this film, a motion picture called Men in Black. The alien in this motion picture, he wanted sugar water. It's not just Brad Weber. Brad Weber was.
I gotcha.
Well, the rest of the chat doesn't know. Okay, so Marmon is a reptilian. He's a vile creature. He's cold-blooded or warm-blooded. I can't remember which one's worse. But yeah, so I would tell him there's a nice little glass of sugar water and watch the cockroaches crawl up at his eyeballs and turn into a floppy pile of skin. That guy sucks so bad, dude. You're putting medication in a syringe and poking it into somebody's body against their will, which is, I mean, that's a tough job, you would think. Putting a fucking solution of chemicals under somebody's skin, like what, it goes into their muscles, right? Goes into their muscle, into their heart. Which one? I don't know. The heart is a muscle. I forgot you're a social worker and therapist. You don't do that type of manipulation. So
I don't do anything with meds.
God, the constitution this man must have, or lack thereof, to be able to do that to somebody under duress. You know, it's not like you're at the emergency room and you have like an 11-year-old that you're operating on, like I do often, and you know, you're performing life-saving operations and you got to make a, you know, life or death decision. They may not want the shot that they're going to get, but you end up saving their lives. This is a guy just deciding to put fucking 50 whatever the fuck cc's of Halidol into someone's rump, and they don't want that. I mean, what kind of a person, dude?
Right in the rump.
What?
I'm sorry. I said right in the rump.
Yeah. Miku says there is subcutaneous, under the skin, intramuscular, in the muscle, intravenously, in the vein. Is that right, Royal We? Their heart, ha 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 ha. Never give an EpiPen straight to the heart, like in the movies. Do it in the thigh. Okay, well, good to know.
We got so many social workers in here. Oh my God.
I'm a social worker. I am a high-level brain surgeon at an emergency room.
You're a social worker
At an
already.
emergency room. Okay,
Fucking-
Atari. Hey.
Hmm?
Hey, I'm gonna read the cuties in chat. Okay. I have wanted a fawn pug since I saw Men in Black and that little bitty, and I'm going to pick up my little baby on Thursday. I got the sugar water reference. Haha. Well, excellent. I don't remember the fawn. Oh, the pug. Oh yeah. 50cc ass implants. Well, that's one way to get them, you know? Maybe that's what Homegirl had. Never mind. Brain removal specialist. Yes, a little off the top, please. Ariel, I have a pug named Frankie. Dude, no, you don't. BBL for everyone. We're giving him up for free over here. The pug that needed dental work. Maybe he needed an optometrist. Chipotle brain injury division. That's right. We'll get you one. We'll give you one good one. We can go back to the article if you want.
I'm happy if y'all are happy, you know? It's DB's
I ran out of bits.
special time, you know? You're out of bits already? You just got here.
I ran through them too quick.
That was so fast. Oh my God. DB be doing it. DB is the ADHD.
ADHDB.
ADHDB. Yeah, true. True. Let's keep reading, Deebs.
Those are your imaginary friends, but hello, I'm an imaginary friend in flesh.
I think Luke is trying to tell us something.
We enjoying reading Angela. Take note when you're married, chat. Well,
After this.
I got you. I'm going to fight the insurance companies one at a time. Not like that, guys. Don't fucking call. Don't call the Fusion Center. I'm talking about litigation, you know?
Thomas Scott wants to know if your melatonin is kicking in already.
Nope. This is 100% coherent.
Gotcha.
Can't
I'm
you?
gonna keep reading.
Go on.
You can do it. You keep going. Let's I want to get to the van part. Oops, I'm not sharing my screen. All right. Some of the confessions in the form of phone calls, Janice were played. We played phone calls showing how he is talking about the weather, asking how mom is, how's dad, how are you, how's the cat, how's the dog, and then he says, Kathy, I need you to know there are 700 to 800 calls. We couldn't play them all. It would be too much for the jury. No shit, but it's not too much for Harshman. The phone calls before and after, we should have played those to show this is normal. This is not under duress, and those confessions are legitimate, at least in my mind. Nice qualifier, Nick, because I think that this man knows that he's, I don't know.
Well, the judge did sign the PCA.
Did he?
No, I meant the judge did find probable cause. I had a lot of people comment what their favorite quote was today, and I forgot about that one. So whoever
That's a
said
good
that
one.
was a good quote, I fucking love that one, and I appreciate you.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Continue.
Okay. When asked about why he believed in the same call, Alan would confess to guilt and then ask, what if I did it? And say to his wife, I think I did it. Mcleland said he believed it because Alan did not get the reaction he had hoped for. What kind of reaction was he hoping for? His mother and his wife were so distressed. What does he mean? I guess I could keep reading. If I confess to killing and I've talked to my number one, which for him was Kathy, and you don't get the reaction you want, think about it, he says. He cares what she thinks. I'm using common sense and life experience. But I think we've all been in a situation where we don't get the reaction we want and we fill the awkward silence.
What the fuck are you talking about?
This is their entire case. Their entire case is a hunch, a guess, a hypothetical, and a vibe.
Well,
They
Angela,
did this entire thing.
That's stupid. Why would you even say that?
Because that's what it is.
No, I mean about Rick saying that and confessing and shit.
Huh?
Oh, I thought that was you just saying it. Were you reading the prosecutor?
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
It's a vibe. Yeah, they
There's
literally
no way the
prosecuted.
prosecutor said that. Let me read this. If
Let
I
me put it in the
confess-
middle for you.
Well,
Okay,
yeah,
it's in the middle.
center it up.
Okay.
1 pixel down, please. Not what I asked for.
Oh.
There you go. Perfect. If I confess to killing, and I've talked to my number one, which for him was Kathy, keep her name out of your mouth.
Yeah.
And I don't get the reaction you expect, think about it. No, I have thought about it, and that's fucking stupid. Dude, did she hear what he said and not ask him anything about it? Reread it, Jessica. Okay. If I confess to killing, and I've talked to my number one, which for him was Kathy, and you don't get the reaction you expect. Think about it, he said. He cares what she thinks. I'm using common sense and life experience, but I think that we've all been in this situation where we don't get the reaction that we wanted, and we fill the awkward silence. What the fuck are you? Yeah, dude, we do that when we try to have, when you're at the fair and you're buying an elephant ear or a corny dog, you know what I mean? And you're there, you're waiting, your feet are fucking pounding. But you're at the fair. It is what it is. You got to fucking suck it up. And you're in line. You finally get all the way up there, and the person says, it's going to be $6, and you say, okay, $6. Here's a $10 bill. They're going to give you the change, $4. You're kind of waiting there for your thing, and you go, have you heard about the criminal case against Richard Allen, sir? And he says, he looks at you funny. And you just kind of, okay, well, that's the awkward silence you might try to fill right there. You know what I mean? Not, hey, I killed the girls. I killed the girls. And then just keep saying it because there's a fucking awkward silence.
Deebs, I'm going to fight this fucking man.
Yeah?
I'm going to fight him right now.
You know what cauliflower ear is, right?
Fisticuffs, tell me.
Cauliflower ear is when you get a buildup of scar tissue in your ears from trauma, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is often from, grinding your head against another large, strong man's head from wrestling, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, shoot the boxing, the old school Brazilian, kickboxing, grappling style. Mm-hmm. This motherfucker's got a cauliflower nose. What happened to your nose, son? Where'd you get extra cartilage? Damn, Pop Tart knew where I was going with that shit. Right on. He's a tough dude. He'll fuck you up, Ange. But
Nick Mcleland is gonna fuck me up?
Dickless McClentus?
Are you kidding? You've never seen me fight DB. Yeah, I think I would.
I have seen you fight against a snow shovel one time, and
I think I'd be fine. I could take him. Fuck you, Nick McCleland.
Did Pop Tart really say that shit 20 minutes ago? I would never steal a bit. Never would I ever steal a bit.
I'll steal your bits. All right. This makes no sense. This man sounds like this is like a malpractice. I don't know what this is. Donna has her money on me. And Just Reporting doesn't like bunnies at the fair. And you just did a homie. You always steal bits. Okay. If I confess to killing, yeah, don't say number one. I'm not a conspiracy theory guy. I don't buy into that. I buy into the most obvious answer is the right one. I know the facts of the evidence we have, and I use my life experience to evaluate a situation. I don't want you to use your life experience. I thought you said that you needed people to prove things to you. Life experience, Nick? You don't fucking have any. You do a spring break. You do a spring break.
I call a spade shovel.
I actually hate this man.
You're not a conspiracy guy, but he literally charged him with felony murder.
You literally tried to charge him for, with a conspiracy. That's crazy.
Which means someone conspired to do a kidnapping together.
Right. It's i.e. a conspiracy. His dad was in prison for arson. His father is dead. Nick, your dad's dead. Sorry.
Oh my God, dude.
What? His dad is dead.
That's sad, man.
Is it? I don't know. I don't know anything about him. How? Question mark. The question many have asked over the last nearly 8 years since Abby and Libby went for a hike is how and why and how. How is the question I've asked the most. Imagine if you could answer the how question with evidence. Wait a second. You literally could have.
What the fuck? How is the question I have been asked the most? I asked them, have you ever had a gun pointed at you? Sir, this is a Wendy's. What the fuck? Actually, Wendy's workers probably have had a gun pulled on them. And probably rightfully so, to be honest with you. How would you react if I did? Sir, you're the fucking I'll pull a gun on you right now, bitch. What are you going to do? You're the elected prosecutor. Can you not do that? That's a unique experience that not many people have or will ever experience. Have you been jumped recently? Can you talk?
Read this sentence, Stevie. Read this sentence, please. Please.
Most people are kind, gentle people.
Oh my God.
When someone points a gun at you and says, do this, I have never had that happen to me, but I have an idea of how a 13 or 14-year-old girl would react.
Oh. Oh. Why do you, if anybody knows how a 13 or 14-year-old girl would react, it's me. You know what? I believe him.
Yeah.
That's
I've had a
the
gun
dumbest
pulled at
thing
me
I've heard.
before. I was a victim of robbery, and I took the gun away from him, beat them all to death with it.
Stevie, don't do a confession on my stream. You're gonna get yourself they're gonna do an arresty of you.
I keep thinking this says Nicholas Sparks. I'm like, wow, Nicholas Sparks. Every 13-year-old girl's favorite writer.
What is this interview? It's bad.
Andrew's interviewing me. It's okay.
Most people are kind and gentle people. I don't know if I agree with that. I've never had a gun. I've never had it happen to me. But then he just said that he's okay. Look at this. Ready? I'm using my common sense and my life experience, okay? I'm using my life experience. However, I've never had that experience. That's a unique experience. Most people won't ever have that experience.
Oh, this is just disingenuous. Like, I mean, he knows there's the human reaction. Like, we know the manner of death. We know oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I just did a read ahead and
we know the manner of death. We know the weapon that was most likely used, a sharp-edged weapon. There are certain things that your body does uncontrollably. It doesn't matter how scared you are. It doesn't matter how tough you are. Your body's going to react a certain way to try to preserve its own life. And that didn't happen. That's what people are asking you about. How? Usually when you're pursuing a case that could result in a 130-year sentence, and you're the elected prosecutor, you should maybe have a little bit more to back that up than, I don't know, a fucking scenario where somebody has a deadly weapon pointed at them. I mean, that is what happened, probably, but I mean like knives, not one person, Is he high? Am I high? No. I did my daily B12 shots and I'm good. Right, Grayspace. Excellent point. You could explain how in many different ways. One would be multiple assailants. This reads like he's high as a kite on coke. Well, you would think if that was the case, maybe the fucking editor or the writer, I don't even think they have an editor, honestly. The writer would probably just not fuck it up. Fix it up for him, Thank you, CT Girl. 5150.
now I'm going to rip. This just made me so mad. Individuals took to social media. They're obsessed with social media. Individuals took to social media and YouTube to discuss the merits of the case, some speaking on authority on Allen's innocence and guilt. I would sit back and say, if only you knew the whole story, Mcleland said of comments made about the case. I'm very much the person that I'm not going to go on TV before a game and say, I'm going to win this. Rate me as the underdog and play the game. Nick, you literally went before the nation many times and said, we are going to solve this. We are going to get to the bottom of this. We are going to find who did this. We are going to find the person or persons. We are confident in our case against Mr. Allen. You said that nonstop for 7 years. What is he talking about?
Well, that's the fucking point of being a prosecutor. You're saying that you have enough evidence to prove that this person that you've named has committed this crime beyond a reasonable doubt. And even before that, you're saying that to even get a search warrant, you have probable cause. So, like, that's your fucking job, is to go before the competition trial and show your hand.
When the fuck did the state ever become the underdog is what I want to know too. It's a great question. I said that's the question of the month. They're literally not, but they think they genuinely believe that they are. They really think that.
You can see it too. He says this: if people, individuals took, which stop saying individuals. Everybody is so fucking annoying.
You say
took
people.
To social media.
It's like saying females.
It's like Tobe Lesenby when he's getting interviewed. He just always adds extra words and shit.
Yeah, for sure.
YouTube to discuss the merits of the case. Some speaking on authority on Allen's innocence and guilt. Okay, so hey, those aren't like the equivalent things, right? So he was innocent, which is irrefutable. You're innocent until proven guilty. So really anybody could speak to authority on that. It's kind of an inalienable right here in this country. But his guilt, lots of people did speak on that, and he wasn't proven guilty yet. So what a strange thing to compare these two things like they're comparable.
Like they're equal.
They're not.
No, they're not at all. You're right, DB. You're so right. You know you're always right, DB.
Well, I do know that, and I'm right about that too.
I know.
And I'm right about knowing that. Where's the Google Drive link with all the news articles in it? Well,
coming right up.
Do we have all of them?
No, but I have all the ones that I read last night, and then I have the ones from today. And then I think I'm going to put the transcripts. We are going to read transcripts after this. So so basically, once we get through this article, we're right on track though. We're averaging about a page an hour, which is more or less that's our average. So we're okay. But I am gonna definitely we're gonna read a transcript of Rick being interrogated by Holman. It's not a real transcript. It's a recreation based on all of the news articles I could find.
Though social media didn't bother the prosecutor, he said he'd hope people would take into consideration what their comments do to the families. I took into consideration. Thank you. I would always think, do you realize what effect this has on the family? This is a big issue for me. I know the family, he said. Well, here's the thing, dude. There's more than one person on the internet, okay? There's all kinds of people that have all different kinds of opinions. They've also said all different kinds of things. I don't think I've ever attacked the family. I don't even really talk about the family being involved that much, right?
I don't think they're involved, by the way. I just think they're fucking liars. I don't think they're involved in the murder. I just think they're liars. That's all. You didn't ask me, but that's how I feel.
I didn't ask you, but good to
Yeah,
know. So, I mean, it's like putting this blanket out there as if this is some vile fucking thing. People can have other theories. I'm not saying I'm better than other people that think that. I'm just saying that I know that. Well, okay, that's obvious, but like I'm not saying it right now.
Right.
Other than just kind of clarifying, but it doesn't mean that some people's opinions are fucking more better than other people's. It just means that that's what they fucking think. But also, not everybody thinks that. Not everyone says shit that attacks the family. Saying, hey, I'm not sure that I think that Richard Allen did this beyond a reasonable doubt, and I feel like some other evidence should have came in. It's not an attack on the family. If the family thinks that, I apologize, but I'm going to keep saying it. Judge Jessica's getting riled up, which means she's getting miled up. She's very tame.
Mild up. She's doing a mild riled.
Give me a little scroll there. I would think, no, I already said that. Carroll County is known for being a tight-knit community where neighbors help neighbors. That's our point. It is not unusual for familial connections as generations continue to reside in the area. McLeland said he never let those connections cloud his judgment. Yeah, just like you said, you're not going to let your connections, possibly with Lamar, cloud your judgment, though he was the police chief. You guys know this whole case where the police chief just resigned in shame. Nick says, well, he was due to retire this year. Oh, okay. That's interesting, Nick. You did know that a lot of eyes would be on your statements, especially if you said that you were going to be making a charging decision in the case. Also, dude, hey, you, the prosecutor, bruh. It's your case.
Yeah.
Who called this gentleman, the police chief, as your witness? You did.
Sure did.
I'm sure you took an oath to make sure that you're administering justice in your county correctly, which would mean reviewing the evidence that you're pursuing to be used at court against the defendant. So you did not watch? Did you not watch the body cam footage?
Apparently, it was really bad. Like it was very, very sus. Yeah.
How fucking bad would it have to be worse than anything fucking Mullen's done?
Right. Yeah.
Oh, if that weighed into my decision making, then I would not be the prosecutor. Never let those connections cloud your judgment. Here's the thing, dude. I know there's some prosecutors in the chat right now. Maybe an assistant prosecutor or two. Maybe a United States attorney. I even think sometimes we have the attorney general in chat. What they'll tell you is it's about the appearance of impropriety.
Right.
Not what?
Don't fucking start. I said, yup.
Oh, yup. Okay. Well, I was going into some other stuff, and I do appreciate that though. It's about the appearance and the effect that appearance will have on the people you're pursuing charges against. Do they think it's pure? Do they think it's okay? Do they know your intent, sir? Does your intent matter to these people that don't know you? Well, I think some would say it should. At least half a dozen senators in chat. I totally agree, which were former prosecutors. So I think Nick's been testifying this week too in his press release about how he could make that decision. They don't have to recuse because of a conflict. Dude, okay. You don't have to. Of course, an appeals court could make the decision on whether or not you should have recused if you were to get that conviction or not get that conviction. So saying this here too, what a fucking goofball, dude. That is a great picture. As a dead guy who loves booty myself, I totally relate. It weighed into the decision making, then I would not be able to be the prosecutor. He said it's just not this case. In every case, I know the mom and dad. I graduated to their brother. In every case, I know the mother, the father, the sister, or the brother. It's such a small community. I know 70% of the people I've prosecuted in one way or the other. Dog, shut up. It has no effect besides it being more heartbreaking because I knew the girls before they died. I know their family. Their family knew my family. It's just a small community. Post-Pokemon says, it's DV that derails. Anytime we get over 200 viewers, he clowns. And I've had to carry this entire Rivals match. Yo, hit me up. Carry me in Rivals, bruh.
He's just kind of thinning us out. It's great. I love it.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, Louie. You're doing great. No, it's fine.
I want to fit the chat out until we have like 50.
You want to keep it cozy. What you want to do?
Absolute
You saw it was over 200, and you were like, "Not on my fucking watch. What is this?
Yep.
Get out of here."
Let's get it pumped up.
hard.
Let's get it going.
It's
You know what?
too hard to control that many people.
Let's bring on some ladies. It's the ladies.
Wow. Thank you for that.
Holman is not a liar.
Gary Holman is not a liar. Gary Holman is not a liar.
Gary Holman is not a liar.
In that corner, whoa, whoa, bitch, hold on tight, cause I tweaking this bitch, I letting shit go.
I don't know if that worked.
You delete my media assets to upload 2 of the same video.
No, this is. I just
Thank you. I saw it. Thank you. Thank you for cleaning up after yourself. I appreciate it.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to keep reading, Deebs, a little bit, just a little. Let's do like one paragraph and then more ripping.
Yeah, that's how we need.
Yeah. I was born and raised here, and I feel very loyal to Carroll County. Is that a surprise to anyone? No. McCleland said, like many in the community, his interactions with Alan and his wife Kathy were minimal before he became a suspect in the murders. What is that supposed to mean? That people didn't know them? Because everybody knows him.
They're like totally not the cool people.
Like nobody really fucking knows them. Okay. Nothing besides going to CVS and Richard checking me out at the register. Back when he was there, they didn't have self-checkouts. Really? They didn't have self-checkouts in 2022? Richard and Kathy Allen were pretty low-key members of the community. They weren't doing anything to bring attention to themselves.
What the fuck does that matter about self-checkouts? He's so paranoid, bruh. He's like creating fucking arguments in his head that people are, well, they have self-checkout, so how could Rick Allen check you out?
Nobody even goes to CVS here, okay? Oh my God. God.
CVS
we don't even have eyes.
Fucking disgruntled people at the checkout.
Yeah, they're so mad.
A fucking thread, man, and they gotta pull that long ass receipt out and hand it to you like they don't know it's long as fuck.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
You do a printed receipt, you don't do an email? Oh, Deebs, look at this. It's your favorite part.
Go ahead.
You love this guy. You absolutely love this guy. Investigator Steve Mullen joined McCleland at the prosecutor's office and assisted with the case. Yeah, he sure did. He makes things disappear. He's more than an employee. He's also a friend. McCleland says he's hurt by the defense's accusations that he's corrupt. Steve Mullen's a devout Christian. When the defense said he lied, that affected him in a personal way. To call him a liar, if you know him, is just inappropriate. To say that he lied, cheated, would steal, or is corrupt is inappropriate. He's one of the most honest guys I know. This motherfucker got caught blatantly, brazenly lying, shamelessly, to the jury multiple times. This man lied more than anybody else at all. Was he even there? There's no other guy more devout than he is. And to call him corrupt, that cuts him to the core because he's not that person. Hey, DB, if somebody launches an accusation against me that's very, very false and not in line with my character, you know what I do? It stings a little because I'm like, oh my God, that's not who I am. But then I move the fuck on because that's not who I am. And people that know me are like,
necessarily. Okay.
I feel like I've gotten very good about that.
No, you were way better. For sure. No.
Yeah. Just but my point is like, why do you have to keep defending yourself against this? Like, if you're not corrupt, then just don't fucking worry about it. Like Andy Baldwin was like, really? You think that I'm grossly negligent and incompetent and unethical? File some shit against me then. Let's fucking see it. Put your money where your mouth is. He's not going up every day crying about it, being like, they're calling me. No, fucking put up or shut the fuck up. You're corrupt. You lie. We caught you lying many times. Your intent and your impact and outcome, like, I don't give a fuck if you think that you're honest. You're not. You're constitutionally incapable of honesty with yourself, with others, It's not, it is what it is. And we saw it with our own eyes. And you can't now gaslight us into he's a Christian, DB. He's a Christian.
Some would say that's manipulating people based off religion.
Ooh.
Your religion to make people feel a certain way about your ability and your truthfulness.
There you go.
And that's why we have merch on sale right now, 50% off the Mullins cleanup services. Get this garbage man cleaning jumpsuit. You can do a purchase. It's going to cost you your soul. For some of us, we'll have to get it out of storage to be able to afford it. But there he is, guys.
I love it.
Be just like him. Or you could do a geek swap.
Cool. Yeah, do a geek swap. Love that. Yeah, they hide behind the Bible, which is funny because they have a real pagan Norse, what's it called? White supremacist extremist pagan cult problem. But they want to keep reminding us how Christian they are. Just because you go to church doesn't mean shit.
Dude, this guy's friend, apparently, fucking Jerome Holman, aka Holman than you, he won and testified on the stand at the sentencing to say that Nicholas Allen was using religion as a manipulation tool. And then now this guy's over here talking about how devout Mullen is. No, he's just a morning person and he doesn't hate Sundays. Okay?
I'm going to kill my soul.
Why?
This is fucking stupid. It's literally just it's painful. There's no other guy more devout than he is.
Oh my god, I thought this said treats. All the little pumpkin cakes and baked goods that they got. It says threats.
Oh good, let's get into threats.
Threats against each other's character are uncalled
threats
for.
Against, oh yeah, go ahead.
But those are not the only threats his officers receive. The threats are always indirect. Also known as not a fucking threat. There is a guy in California who messaged me and says, looks like I have to come slash your tires.
I wonder who that is.
Dude. Okay. In California, he's going to come slash your tires. Sir, he's not there. I get innocuous threats. Well, that was an innocuous threat. You get people to say, what if this happens to your two little girls? You motherfuckers say that, dude. What?
Oh my god, he literally says it all the time.
Dude, who the fuck doesn't say that? These state weirdos are always like clapping back. What if I killed your kids right now?
He says, I just want you to pick every time you share a crime scene photo, I want you to close your eyes and picture your children dead. Like, huh? No, thank you.
That is fucking weird to me, dude.
You don't know who wrote cleared and who filed under the street name. What do you know? He don't know shit, mama. He don't know shit. What if I came to Indiana and did this to you? It's a threat. It's not direct, but it's still a threat in a roundabout way. Most of the threats and negative comments, he said, are coming from individuals outside of Carroll County. Yeah, I know a little something about that, Nick. We can talk about that another time. Hey, Google. Oh, my God. If there was any evidence that Mcleland says he was surprised by during the 17-day trial, it was when the defense digital expert, Stacey Eldridge, a former FBI forensic examiner and certified mobile device examiner, testified that something was inserted into Libby's cell phone headphone jack at approximately 5:45 p.m. and removed at 10:32 p.m. the same evening. Did the state expect that testimony? No, Mcleland said. The defense did a good job of hiding what they were going to use in court. When I heard it, I thought, that doesn't make sense. We saw it in the log, but again, it didn't make sense. It just didn't make sense.
Right. It didn't make sense to you.
You don't know what you're doing.
Seemed like it made perfect sense to somebody else. Mm-hmm. We then explained it to everybody else. And that also
did a good job of hiding what they were going to use in court. They did an okay job of hiding it from you, Nick, because you still managed to get your fucking greasy fingers on their ex parte motion. So they didn't do that great a job because you were still able to fucking read their private shit. We gave those logs to the defense, so we knew it was there. Yeah, just like you gave all the Odinism shit to the defense, right? But apparently they're so stupid. This guy's so stupid. That called me stupid. The state's digital expert, First Sergeant Christopher Cecil, examined Libby's phone and extracted data from it multiple occasions. Cecil, what an amazing ISP officer! Exclamation point. The intelligence in that guy. Yeah, go ahead.
Like, dude,
I can hear you breathing.
This is why the defense you're gonna mute me. This is why the defense going around and fucking Christopher Cecil, what an outstanding guy, dude. Fucking end that shit right now, bro. Because McClelland's over here like, nah, he's an amazing ISP officer. What a guy. Just don't say that shit because it doesn't. You're only giving the people who are vehemently against your position ammo to use against people that are for your position. Chris Cecil, I don't care if he meant well. I don't care if he's a hard worker. What he did by going out and Googling that and then coming back in, Judge Gall should not have allowed it. Nick Mcleland should not have allowed it. Luttrell should not have allowed it. Stacey Diener should not have allowed it. And Cecil shouldn't have fucking done it. And I'm going to tell you why.
Tell me, dude.
All you're doing is giving an explanation to the family that they can go, oh, yeah, okay. That makes sense. You're giving something that can explain something to the victims. What happened? Another thing that they could take into consideration when making their decision. The jury, too. What are you keeping? What is happening with this phone? You never told them that. Did you fucking ever one time say there was a audio jack headset plugged and unplugged? No, you didn't. And guess what else? They didn't know what that reading was in Knowledge C. It's not labeled. It's labeled now when you decode it and celebrate. But they didn't know what that was, right? That's why he said the research wasn't complete, because he was looking at old shit from way before when that research was actually not complete. But now, if he would have looked, he would have learned that that has been solved, and that's what it's for. But you didn't give a fuck, dude.
Mm-mm. Right? They're so lazy. They're so certain about this theory that they invented based on nothing. It's like somebody was like, here's what happened. We can find bridge guy. And it's like, don't you want to actually investigate? And they didn't want to pursue any other angle. It's like when you're dating somebody who is just bad and like, yeah, I know you're a monk. When you're dating somebody and they're just like bad and like, you know that they're bad, but you like them. And so people try and come to you and they like try to provide evidence that this person
like
might
he's
be
ugly. Look at him.
Right. Exactly. Or like
he gets mad that you cursed online.
Yeah, he doesn't like when you do a cuss on the internet or whatever. And then you're like, you're not trying to hear it because you're just not trying to hear it because you're like, I like this person. And that's like what I feel like the state is doing. One of these, they're just like, they're like, blah, 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 bridge guy. We got to find bridge guy. If we find bridge guy, we'll find the killer down the hill, blah, 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 blah. They cross the creek. Like, they're not listening to any actual evidence or input.
See, and I find Jessica very easy to listen to.
Yeah, girl, same.
So that guy must have sucked.
Yeah. Indiana Girl says, someone remind me when Carter dismissed the FBI. So they were dismissed in sometime very soon after July 2021 when Ferenczi, right after Ferenczi was killed, right? Like almost right after, I want to say.
Close enough.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're like necessarily related, but I do think that, yeah. Yep. Thank you, Hudis. Yeah, it's crazy. It's based on bullshit, then it's backed up with bullshit, and then it's presented with bullshit, and then fed to the dumb shits who ate the bullshit. Pretty much. Yep.
What an amazing ISP officer. The intelligence in that guy and the knowledge of digital forensics. He knows his stuff. Well, he's the fucking ICAC director, so I would hope so.
Yeah, but didn't he miss the headphone thing? So he's not that good.
No, he didn't miss it. He just didn't think it was a big deal. Yet he testified that the research wasn't complete on it, which means he didn't know what the artifact. Okay, so let me
Spit.
break it. Let me do a break dance for you guys. Break it down.
Break it down, baby.
Someone hit a beat for me, dude. When you are like a Celebrite, right? They're a private company, and their goal is to decrypt a device to know what happened on it, right? Well, the iPhone, for example, Apple advertised the iPhone of having certain protections and encryptions, and that was marketed in a way that people who wanted those features would gravitate to their product, right? But a company like Celebrite comes along and says, well, there's a niche here. We think we can decode some of this encryption and figure out what this means. Now, not everything in Knowledge C is like was really that hard to figure out, but anytime Apple makes a new database, it's encrypted. Well, most of them, but and companies like Celebrite are going to try to figure it out, right? And sometimes Celebrite doesn't figure it out. Sometimes another company figures it out, and maybe they purchase that company and they take the tech, or they do some kind of agreement where they somehow acquire the solution, the solve for that piece of information, that data that they can now decrypt, right? Well, for example, Grey Key. Grey Key is very good at brute forcing iPhones. Celebrite would love to be able to be as good as them, but they're competitors, right? So what he means by the research wasn't complete is there's the artifact, which is just a digital item. And what that digital item that could be seen could be decrypted to wasn't researched enough to solve it, right? So he was saying when he did the report, more research needed to be done. So how did you know that it was an irrelevant headphone jack if the research wasn't done? You didn't know.
Thank you, thank you, DB, very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciated that. You said brute forcing. They're very good at brute forcing. Sorry, I just never heard that before.
Brute force?
You said they're good at brute forcing. You turned it into a verb, an action word.
Oh, using brute force?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was good. You did an adjective, verb. So, anyway, I believe the defense thought this was the reasonable doubt they needed. Whether the jury agreed or not, they didn't buy into it. How do you fucking know? Hey, K-Dog, thank you so much. Cookout time. Fuck yeah. I'm getting I'm gonna buy a burger with that $2. This guy sucks, man. Fuck you, Nick Mcleland. Nick Mcleland said that with everything the state knew, common sense told them it was not possible that someone physically plugged in a set of headphones into the port of the phone and removed it at the time the defense indicated. Huh?
No
okay, but science.
fucking shit, bro. That's why they don't think your theory works.
Oh my God. As Eldridge remained on the stand, Cecil got to work trying to figure out a logical explanation as to what could have happened. He searched Google and was directed to an Apple tech help site. It was a forum, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
So I could go on and type, and I could go on and give some tech advice, essentially.
So what it was is the Apple Developer Forum, which is like software people that talk about different parts of the iOS software to discuss how it interacts with their programs, right? Basically. So he found somebody that was like saying that they thought that this was to that, but it's not a peer-reviewed study. There's no sample sizes. Peer-reviewed studies happen in digital forensics all the time. If you guys watch the retrial, this fucking moron cop was asked, are you published in the field of digital forensics? And he says, not yet.
Dude, I know. That was fucking funny.
Bro, ever.
Karen looks at her attorney. She goes,
what the fuck?
That's awesome. All right. So Yeah, this guy fucking sucks. Keep going. It's not the ideal situation, McCleland said of the Google search. I think that Jennifer Auger did a good job of saying this is not ideal police work. You don't just do a Google search, but when you're put in that situation and the defense does trial by surprise, bro, you poor things, these poor victims, the state didn't. God, the state really just didn't have any upper hand. They were really the underdogs here.
Trial by surprise, like your
like an interrogation by surprise.
Examiner. What?
I was gonna say, like an interrogation by surprise.
Oh, I was gonna say maybe like a medical examiner, just like had an epiphany in his garage. I'm here in my garage, and you know what's important? Knowledge.
Yeah.
Knowledge that a box cutter was used.
Let's count how many surprises. Okay, so we had the box cutter by Dr. Core. We had Liggett and Bunner and whoever the fuck opining about what they heard before Judge Gold had ruled on that motion in limine about what their opinion of the voice. That was a surprise. Can't unring that bell. You had by the way, we want to submit this video of Rick screaming at a guard. That was a surprise. The defense had no idea that existed. What else? You literally, did they object to Pohl appearing virtually, or did Gull just, Goatee refusing to read his own report? There you go. Being like, I don't know. And it's right in front of him.
Somebody said, well, Goatee was there in an explanation of why it was a big deal. Like,
he may as well not have been.
Motherfucker wouldn't read his report.
He also is not any, but he's not, is he an FBI or did he just work, or did he just help the FBI guy?
Goatee?
Yeah, is he actually FBI?
No, he wasn't even on the task force.
Well, then fuck him. Who gives a fuck what he says?
Like a junior cop. Not a rookie, but like a junior cop.
Yeah, he's like an idiot. Would this help you refresh your recollection? No. Okay.
Well, did you read it? Yeah. What doesn't refresh you? No. The shit you would have to do. Well, like, to be fair, no, fuck being fair. I'm not even going to go there.
Noting the oddity of the search and its timing, McCleland said he still stands by the info. As reliable as Google searches go, I think it was reliable. And again, what he found was common sense.
Okay, well, here's the thing. Let's do a role play. You've been asking me to do this offline a couple times, but
I have been. Yeah.
You're gonna be Dickless McClentus, right?
Perfect.
No, you'll be Jennifer Auger, right? And then I'm gonna be Christopher Cecil.
I'll give you a top. Okay, go ahead.
Well, you have to ask a question. It's cross-examination, ma'am.
Oh, I'm not prepared. Okay. Who am I again? Jen?
Yeah, not Coffin.
Okay.
Roger.
Okay, and you're who?
Cecil.
Okay, Cecil. What might this little doodaddy here indicate in this little here report?
Well, according to my research, I believe that this can be caused by water or damage from the earth, such as dirt.
What about a worm? Oh, sorry. Are we still going? Okay.
Worms are actually 50% water and 50% earth and dirt. So a worm would actually spit on the outside of the headphone jack, and it could get right in there.
Okay. Did you just Google that motherfucker? That's what I would have said.
Well, I did use an internet resource that I often refer to, the Apple developer forums. I think that they had some research on there that showed some information that refreshed my memory of research that I've done in the past.
Are we still going?
Is that a question, ma'am?
There's a worm emoji.
No, that's Nicholas McClentus emoji.
She deleted stuff. She said she would embarrass. Oh, okay. I see what we're doing.
So what my point is, like,
yeah, please
don't fucking say you Googled it, you fucking moron.
Right.
You just say that you went to the Apple forums.
Right.
But
didn't you catch him Googling it?
That's I think they caught him outside researching it, and he had like this new explanation. They recalled him, and they, you know, went from there. I think it was a pretty good assumption, but he could have easily have just not used Google to get there, or just said that he went to this website.
Yeah. Awesome. 7 years, millions of dollars, every agency at their disposal, and they're doing a Google during trial. And the family thinks the defense is unethical and negligent. Got it. Okay. The defense objected to Cecil, citing his finding from Google in court, calling it hearsay. Gull overruled the objection because, of course, she did. I don't think it's hearsay because it's him commenting on the research that he found. Research. Got it. Some of Cecil's testimony is based on research that he had, like the distance of a flight of stairs. He did research. It's no different. A Google is no different than an actual experiment. Got it. Ajay McClelland noted, asked Cecil about the distance of a flight of stairs is recorded in Apple Health. I can't with the Apple Health shit, DB. I don't care about this shit because it's stupid.
What I want everybody to understand about the Apple Health data is like,
stop talking about it.
Are you talking to me, dude? I'm talking
no.
People.
No. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about
Apple Health data is not designed to be a fucking law enforcement tool. It's not a location service. It's not a fucking GPS. It's not a fucking, forensic distance tracker. It's not a fucking forensic location tracker. It's not a forensic elevation tracker. It's a feature on a commercial device that is marketed towards people to think that they can track how many calories they burn. That's fucking it. It's law enforcement. This whole Apple Health data and even geofencing with Apple data and Google data and non-location specific stuff like non-GPS shit. It's meant as a feature that they sell to fucking corporations that can use it to do targeted ads. It's not a fucking law enforcement tool. It's not meant to be an actual forensic measurement of something.
Yeah. It's literally not. It's not tracking the things that they're saying that it's tracking. And by they're trying to take the data that it does collect and spit back out, and they're trying to kind of translate it into something that it's not. You just can't. It's not useless, but it's useless to determine what they're trying to determine, which is where did this phone go? Like what journey did this phone take? And you're not going to be able to fucking figure that out from Apple Health data. You're just not. Like, you're not.
Right. And it might be right, but you don't know. Like, it's not meant to prove something. And that's exactly why Google has stopped this last year from providing information, because it's getting out of hand. Like, people are fucking asking for shit that is like for a fucking carjacking. Like, yeah, carjackings are fucking horrible, but can you please stop sending us 5,000 carjacking fucking geofences a year? This is not what it's for.
Right. Yeah, and then the other problem that I have with the phone is like you don't know who's carrying that phone. You don't know
fucking anything.
You don't know fucking anything. Right. And also, I'm sorry, anything that they're going to try and say about the data on that phone in terms of like, you don't get to have it both ways. They did not preserve the cell data as they should have. And that sucks. But there's just too many variables to be like, I don't know. I just feel like there are way better. How about instead of trying to argue back and forth the subjective interpretation of Apple Health data, why don't you do something actually useful, like test the fucking DNA that you have? Like, why are we arguing over shit that doesn't fucking matter when you could just be doing a science?
Yep. And then Miku says shaking doesn't count as steps technically. There's a lot of things that go into it. Like a gyroscope is huge. Yeah. And an accelerometer. Both of those are what they use to determine whether or not something's going up or down, how many steps something's taking. It didn't always have a barometer.
They have no real evidence. Yeah, they don't have any evidence that supports that that supports Alan's guilt. We actually don't know what evidence would yield because they've never actually tested it. All we know is that it's not Rick's, but they could probably determine they could learn way more about that DNA, and they are choosing not to. And that's fucked. Down the hill is much more than 2 flights of stairs, right? Anyway, there's so much DNA, yeah. I hate the Apple Health topic, but let's see. Whether right or wrong, I bought into the Apple Health data and what it said. Whether right or wrong, he just said, yeah, whether right or wrong, I'm going to use it. And I'm going to tell the jury it's right. Oh my God, this guy. When you put it into the context of all the evidence we had, which is what? It supports, so our subjective interpretation supports our subjective theory based on nothing. Okay. As to why Alan would leave critical evidence behind is anyone's guess, Mcleland said. What goes through a person's mind when he kills 2 little girls? What goes through his mind after? I have no idea. Common sense. Somebody do a control F. How many times does this man say common sense? I'll do it. I'll do it right now. This is insane. Did he prep it? No wonder he hasn't done interviews in 7 years. He's fucking... Never mind. How do I... Common... 6 times this man said common sense in this article. That's a lot. What he believes is that Abby purposefully hid the phone from the killer. What? He purposefully hid the phone from the killer. I was going to ask you a question. Okay. But for Abby, holy cow. Holy cow. The phone was a huge piece of evidence, he said. She is a hero in her own right. How about you stop this? Whatever you're doing, you need to stop. It's really weird and gross. Link the drive. Okay, so here's the actual article link to the comment page. I believe that this one is what we're reading right now, and I will link the drive in a second. Like everything else in this case, we're going to come away from this article knowing even less, having more confusion, and being really fucking tilted. Manipulating people into not questioning the facts makes no sense. Yep. Meanwhile, Abby's hands were perfectly clean. Yeah, they got so much shit for catering to the patties and ignoring Abby and Anna and Carrie. 100%. Became part of the theory when the defense flipped the geofence information in their favor. Oh, common sense, Miku. I think we found it that he said it 6 times. I'm pretty sure, if I did it right. That's a lot of common sense. To me, the video, the location of where it was taken, the health app are big pieces of evidence. So all of that, I would say that that's the least meaningful, most subjective, and most circumstantial shit that they could have presented. When you have DNA and you're not testing it, when you have a geofence, when you've done at least, they did multiple geofence, right, DB? They did multiple, I don't know what they did. The video was powerful. Yeah, we know. If you think about the past 8 years, what's the one thing you've seen in the media? Evidence from that phone. Actually, no. The one thing that we've seen in the media are the fucking composite sketches that you still are blasting. You still probably have them up in Delphi. IFP didn't actually take their website down until we started clowning on them for still having a wanted poster up with Bridge Guy, and then the next day it's down. This is so shameless. They didn't even get the Snapchat record, says Judgy. Yeah, but it disappears. Sealing records. Except for the video recorded on the High Bridge, Mcleland asked Gold to seal court records in the case. His reasoning, Richard Allen's best interest. I wanted a fair trial for Richard Allen. I would like very much, you know what this makes me want to do? Like, I'm so just numb to this behavior. What is this behavior, this conduct that we've been exposed to for however many years? The behavior, the conduct, the gaslighting, the disingenuous, the manipulating, the lizard behavior. I'm so numb to it, but I'm so sick. I'm still so sickened by it. It makes me want to unzip my skin, like step out of it, and like throw it into the fireplace downstairs. That's what I want to do. It's really awful. Hey, Oksana just came here, and first thing I hear is Nick doing McLion. I'm sure it's just coincidence. I wanted a fair trial for Richard Allen. I feel like if everything was out in the public, it would taint the jury pool. Yeah, taint is an interesting word. It might inform them, for sure. It's okay, Deebs. I'll miss you, but I'll be okay. I'm a grown-up. This is why I was very tight-lipped about talking to anyone. We lived by that gag order. I believe in our system, whether you like it or not. I believe in it. If you don't like it, get the fuck out. I did it so we could have a fair jury. I did it to protect him. If Nick Mcleland contracted an illness tonight, that would be a shame. But I'm also a firm believer in you get what you give. And this is the most disgusting thing that I've read from this man ever in my life. Nick Mcleland is a fucking monster. My God. The state is the taint, says Royal We. I did it to protect him. No one's going to believe that. Well, you got that fucking right. Wow, you're disgusting. Keeping information from the public only lasted so long. The defense would file their first of several Frank's memos in the case in September 2023. The court document provided details of the crime scene, evidence that had never been revealed. Cartridge found between the bodies of the girl that had been discharged from a 6-hour gun. What? That was in the PCA, Amy. God, Amy. Get it together. And the defense's belief that members of a Norse pagan religion murdered the girls as part of a ritualistic killing. I appreciate his perspective, but I don't agree with it. Mcleland said of defense attorney Andrew Baldwin telling the media recently that legally they could not file Frank's memo confidentiality. I'm probably going to take the legal interpretations and understanding and knowledge from Andy Baldwin, who has been practicing law longer than you've probably had your driver's license. Who's a board certified. I believed in hell it would be filled with these people. Scales of injustice. 100%. I always say that. There is no hell, but if there was, it's infuriating me. I don't give a damn about it. Funny how defense didn't have to disparage these morons in any of their interviews to sound solid. Do you appreciate his perspective? Do you? Because you said it was, well, what did he call it? Well, dramatic. Well, colorful and dramatic. It's all lies. It just goes back to common sense, y'all. We investigated every lead. I can't wait until we can actually... That's not true. There's not a lead we didn't investigate. If Courtney was in here, she'd be pulling her hair out of her head. Oh my God. If the lead has legs, we're going to go with it. That means going down the rabbit hole till we prove or disprove it. I really think Odinism is a testament to investigators. Oh, well, you know what? I agree with this. I think Odinism is a testament to law enforcement, Nick. You and I agree on that. That's the only true thing you've said this whole article. You're damn right it is. When you first hear about it, it sounds ridiculous. Investigators said, no, we're going to go down the road and investigate it. Hey, Radar, does Angela have a voodoo doll wishing curses on someone? No. Nah. Yes, Gold is the one who literally told them to file the Frank's memo. You're right. This is the first truth he's told. I think Odinism is really an investigator. You know, I give the investigators credit for Odinism. Yeah, me too. When you first hear about it, it sounds ridiculous. And they're like, no, we're going to follow it. We're going to go down the road and investigate. They stayed with it until they disproved it. Did y'all hear that? They disproved Odinism. Got it? At the end of the day, I'm glad to charge whoever's responsible for this, but you got to prove it. The defense could not prove it from our evidence, and we couldn't prove it from our evidence. To me, that's the end of our story. It's because you purposefully didn't collect evidence. You better fucking keep these names out of your goddamn motherfucking mouth. I'm starting to get a little bit turned. A little bit tilted. Wow. If Cecil said there was really a headset plugged into the phone, Nick would say Abby did it to listen to the song one last time. That's how much he cares about them. He'll make it work to win his case. That is a true statement. She put the music on to distract her from like something heroic. It's sick though. It's sick. It's like this weird, I don't know. One of the investigators who looked into ritualistic killings was former Rushville Police Chief Todd Click, along with the now deceased FBI Task Force Officer Greg Ferenczi and former ISP investigator Kevin Murphy. Click, wanting to be sure McClelland and investigators had thoroughly investigated the Odinist angle, sent him a certified letter after Allen's arrest. If you read it over, it piques your interest, he said. I brought Todd Click in to talk and tell us what you know. There's this theme out there from defense-friendly people that I am corrupt covering up for people. I do think that there is this, whether it's an intentional misunderstanding or it's a true failure to understand, my belief that these men are corrupt doesn't necessarily have to do with them covering up for someone. I don't actually believe on most days that they have a solid idea of who did this. That's not what corrupt has to mean. Corrupt does not have to mean that you're covering up for the real killer. That's a really good way. That's like calling something a conspiracy theory. It's a really good way to make it sound ridiculous, because why would a man with 2 children who's relatively law-abiding, except when he's doing a Brady and a torture, like, no, I don't believe that Nick Mcleland is intentionally covering up for somebody that he knows murdered the girls. I think that there's a lot of reasons that Nick Mcleland's going to just prosecute who he believes he can prosecute. I don't really think he's thought about it that much. Yeah, they're sticking by this arrest no matter how dumb they look. And you notice they're talking about everything except for Rick in this. They never talk about Rick. Nick won't even say his name. He will not even say his name. Why? Why will you say his name, Nick? He's a killer, according to you. Oh, here he goes. Good. He's going to call us conspiracy theorists. We called Click up and asked him to explain his thoughts. I said, let's talk about it. Give me your best pitch. We investigated it like we did everything else. If I went to trial based on what I think happened, I would not win. You have to have evidence to support what you think happened. And we did not have evidence to support that theory. You eliminate out all the motherfucking evidence in these murders. You absolute fucking lying buffoon. You literally eliminate out every single piece of solid evidence that wasn't based on fan fiction and the distorted, perverted, fucking Candyland brain of Jerry Holman. That is what you did. You made sure that no evidence was presented. And then you get to say there's no evidence because they weren't allowed to present it. I'm going to McFreaking lose it. Are we all just doing a trigger right now? I think they're not capable, right? Ignoring the true evidence is sus. It's all defending against rumors. That's all they do. They're just defending their conviction and themselves. Say my name, bitch. I'm going to freaking lose it. Room in jail. They also didn't have the evidence against Rick when they arrested him. Yet they did win with just on what they thought. Holman went on TV in August 2017 saying they're dotting every I and crossing every T, all after he knew that they deleted interviews. I'm screaming. Earthworms are 50% water and 50% dirt. Hey, Acorn. Thank you for that. You taunted the public and the jurors. They think they could have blamed Ron or Eder, both deceased, if they wanted to win. Rick is a distraction from the truth. Don't let him talk about Judge. Okay, I emailed Nick. I don't think he'll respond, though. Yes. It's obvious they have no confidence in their work. None. R&M and love the fire when you reach fiery, all right. Is it a conspiracy theory that they all came together and committed these crimes and no one's talking? They're all confessing. They all confessed. You limited out their confessions. Ron Logan confessed. Elvis Fields confessed. Fucking Kenny Klein kind of confessed. Fucking Brad Holder did everything but confess. What the fuck are you talking about? You fucking idiot. Does he think that we don't read does he think we don't actually thought? Actually, I think I know what it is. He thinks that we are so legitimately, I'm not being histrionic for once. They legitimately believe, much like I have a couple number one fans who like to talk about how stupid I am on a pretty large platform. They really believe that I'm stupid. Like, I don't think they're just being cruel. Like, they genuinely think I'm stupid, and that's fine. They really think that we are these crazy, dumb conspiracy theorists draped in tinfoil. That's their legitimate belief. So Nick Mcleland probably legitimately believes that we are all so stupid. We are just fundamentally lacking in understanding and knowledge about like the legal components and life course of this case. He probably thinks we don't read shit or understand it. Like, you sound insane because we know everything. Like, we've been paying attention. That's why we know that you're a corrupt motherfucker. So no, you can't just do an article with an Amy and do a gaslight and expect for people to be like, okay, you're right, Nick. You really helped your case a lot. Our bad. Am I on Crazy World? My God. This is insane. Folks are dumb where I come from. They literally all talked. Nick will respond with a list of what to do when you get a virus. Jesus. God. Type I love you in subject line for quicker response. God, it's literally all about the conviction. He watched YouTube to build his case. Yeah, and then he's like, I don't watch podcasts. He literally said that before. I know that there's some podcasts out there that say that I'm, what do they say? They talk about Alan's guilt or innocence as if they know. Well, we do. Yep. Ange is my crank shaman. Thanks, Miku. He's surrounded by lynch mob yes men. I agree. They believe that they are the smartest people and have no problem convincing us they're right. It blows your mind. They really do believe that they're the center of the universe. They really do. The question about why is Rick Allen literally being treated differently than any other, not just pretrial defendant anymore. He's literally being treated differently than any other convicted inmate in Indiana. The way that they're treating him still, continuously, to this day, they are still continuing to treat him differently than any other convicted person in their state. Why? Because they believe that their case, their investigation, their suspect, their conviction, like, it's divine, right? It's like really, really, really special. Okay, this case is special. No, the fuck it's not. Y'all made it special when you went on the stage like a bunch of fucking circus monkeys and told the entire planet to send you to tip in your relatives and people you hate. Please flood the tip. What did DB say once? Flood the tip line with your antics, please. And then they blame people for doing that. This is like my narcissistic aunt Helen or something. This is insane. The cult of common sense. We buy tinfoil at Costco. Damn right we do. I'm sorry, y'all. I really was gonna keep I was like, this is gonna be a really like chill kind of like a chill, cool kind of live. We're just gonna do an article read. I'm beside myself. I would say yes, Lindsay, but that's just me. Want to know why? Because they know this is going to be overturned and the safekeeping thing will be ruled a violation and the confessions will be thrown out and they need new ones. I agree with this, Indiana girl. Yeah, they either need him to lose his mind again and like waive his appeal or do something that would really damage his appeal or die. We'll take any of those options. They said the tips clogged up Orion. How the fuck is that possible? If you would have utilized the FBI manpower and the Orion database the way that they told you and instructed you and educated you on and supported you in doing, if you had just done that instead of writing your tips on the back of lead sheets with a pen and paper and then shoving them in a cabinet that you were going to just protect like the fucking Ark of the Covenant because you don't want eyes on what you're doing, including Orion. They're not going to use Orion. They're going to use it until they can get away with not using it anymore because Orion equals oversight. That's it. They don't want it. There's a reason that Kathy Shank is scrambling to go through tips in 2021 and 2022. It's not because they wanted to solve the case. No, it's because they believed they had already solved it with Kagan Klein. They were convinced that Kagan Klein was going to be their guy and that it was going to lead to their conviction and that they were going to be able to close the case. And they had to start tying up loose ends before that happened. So they're going into Orion fucking entering shit, closing cases without actually doing anything to investigate or close those cases. They're just doing a typey type. Well, case closed, lead closed, cleared, covered, fucking Whiteman, like, that's all this is. That's all it is. They weren't going back to try and solve the fucking murders. They thought that they solved them. They thought it was the Kleins. They thought that the Kleins had a cyber pedo conspiracy killed the girls. I'm sorry. Not discounting the fact that there are cyber pedo conspiracies, especially in Indiana, but Abby and Libby were probably not killed by Kagan Klein or any associates. I'm sorry. I just don't believe it. But the state really believed it. And they were pretty confident that that was going to be their conviction. And so they're doing all this shit. They're trying to get him to confess. They're like doing a Jeremy Piers at 10 o'clock at night in front of his ISP bedsheet in his big hat talking about the Delphi investigation needs you. Here's an entirely unrelated piece of information that's just going to confuse everybody. They have done everything in their power to literally generate, create, and like feed conspiracy theories. And then they come out and they're like, y'all people and your conspiracy theories. Fuck you, man. Fuck you. I hate him. An Orion number was assigned for the tip. I looked it up like 20 minutes ago. I want to know who entered it and when. Guess what, Nicole? All of that information exists, and some people have access to it, even currently, and they know for a fact that the state is doing a big fat fib, and that info will probably come out at least by way of appeal. Don't you worry. That info exists. But who brought Kleins to their attention? Nick Mc, early on, and then in 2020, Klein got arrested again. I think that's what happened. They arrested him again. For whatever reason. Is Nick married? I don't think so, Oksana. Lindsay, I don't know why I just thought of the dude with a big hat and only underwear talking to himself in front of the mirror. Hey, whatever floats your boat, Lindsay. God. Yeah, so they didn't go back to the beginning. I only eat pomegranates from... Sorry. I'm calm now. I think his girls are young, Miku, unless I'm mistaken. Although, believe it or not, I don't know a whole lot about his personal life except that... Well, never mind. Moving on, let's keep reading, because this is just so much fun for everybody. Is it a conspiracy theory that they all came together and committed these crimes and no one's talking? Or is it that Richard Allen was on the bridge that day and decided to kidnap and kill those little girls? What makes more sense? Literally the first one. Literally the first one makes more sense. Literally the first one. The second one makes no fucking sense. None. Oh my God. Were the Orion numbers chronological? Like if it were a number with a bunch of zeros and then 7-4 would be an early enter tip? I don't think so, Nicole, but I know that DB... There's a couple people that have like done a lot of Orion deep diving, and I don't really know what number 74 means. Like, I don't know if that's just like a Carroll County task force number or an Orion tip number, because it wasn't in Orion when they wrote down, or maybe it was. I don't fucking know. Thank you, Ariel. Shouldn't the jury be the one to decide that? Yeah. You should let this theory come in and let the jury decide it, but you only gave them one theory. You know what that juror said? That juror literally said, if not him, then who? Right. Exactly. Richard Allen being on the bridge and deciding to kidnap 2 girls in the middle of the day would be the last out of 14,000 other options. Thank you. I asked Nick that question too. Good, Ariel. Please let us know what becomes of your questions to him. I'm very curious. Hey, Jessica Gilman, aka Radar, is just like fuming with me, shaking their fist at the sky. I feel it. Unless the jury's kind of not great representation of one's peers trying to be as nice as possible. You mean that juror? My hope, oops. DB, do a read. Because I have to make that bigger to see it. Or you want me to do it? So this is an email. Actually, a lot of people were emailing both Judge Gohl, Jody, and Judge Gohl's, or the clerk of Allen County Court, whose name I can't remember, he's some dude. And they were all emailing asking for public exhibits and public documents and public records, right? Whenever you can, hey, please provide this, blah, blah, blah. I don't actually believe anyone emailed Gohl directly, which makes this even funnier. So Judge Gohl decided to take it upon herself to insert herself into a bully and a threat unto the public. Judge, I would love to hear your comment. And she said, your demand for copies of exhibits was forwarded to me by John McGalley, court executive for Allen Superior Court. Please be advised that at some point after completion and filing of the exhibit volumes for appeal, the court will provide access to exhibits that are not sealed and confidential pursuant to the Indiana Rules of Public Access or court order. They will not be available until that point, as it is important that they remain organized and accessible for the appellate record. But Jody lost them. They're already not organized or accessible. Jody lost them. No similar further inquiries will be addressed. You want to bet, bitch? Do you want to bet? I got about 227 cranks in here that could make your email very, very, very full. Not saying that we're going to do it, but I take issue with a judge saying no similar inquiries are going to be addressed. I take issue with that. I think the person Fran responded to said, I am seeking. Yeah, nobody made any demands, actually. Jody used this exact template with Sleuthy, and Gohl says organized and accessible as though they're not a file on a computer. Are we going and borrowing their DVDs? Right. Are we going into their cabinets, their physical papers, and throwing them up in the air and then picking them? Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Candyland brain. Did I say that? His Jerry Holman and his Candyland brain? That sounds like something I would say. Inquiries or demands. Gohl has them in her magic filing cabinets. How is this the excuse? I don't know, because she gave a different excuse not too long ago. I'm concerned. This is like when she demanded the photos be returned. Ma'am, that's not how electronic files work. Someone said, yeah, Judge Jessica, I think Sleuthy did, actually. She was like, she cited the law back to her and was like, I'm entitled to this. Here's why. The reason or the thing that you just said is not true. Obviously, I'm doing a summary, but what are they doing? A paper system and 5 filing cabinets too? Hashtag transparency. Angie's going wild. She's reading her own comments. You make me look crazy. Does she think that if she emails me on an attachment, it removes the file from her computer? It's like her saying that Court TV violated her broadcasting order because she started the hearing 20 minutes late and they started on time. Ma'am, that's not how it works. That is not how it works. Man. By the way, why didn't Court TV buck at all about that? She literally blamed them for something that didn't happen. And they didn't do anything about it. And now, like, had they maybe argued it or fought back or just filed something, maybe some of this would have been, they're probably the only people that actually had any kind of, like, claim to do that. And they didn't, which is weird. Why? Why? I can tell if people like, so like sometimes when we're even in here or like on Twitter, we'll be talking about like, what has anybody done this? Like, has anybody FOIA'd or has anybody emailed and asked? And we have this tendency to be like, well, surely somebody has done that. Of course they have to have done it. And then we realize like, wait, no, nobody's done it. So now people go and do it. And then you get the denial, but like you have to do the thing first. And I feel like maybe all of the media thought that surely somebody will do it. But nobody did it. I bing bonged myself. I'm sorry. I was trying to look at something you sent me. Okay. Although earlier I did open a PDF straight into my StreamYard tab and kick myself off my own live. I just did that. Twinsies. Hey, Travis Williamson, welcome. Travis, it's good to see you. We're reading this article and screaming. Once we're done with this article, we're going to do a transcript read. It's going to be great. It's going to be really good. Why can't I load this tab? And hunch. Giselle is hilarious. I love her. Y'all should go subscribe to this little tiny indie channel called Grizzly True Crime. It's the best. You'll love it. We like to plug our lesser known YouTube friends. So Travis is cool. Travis Williamson, by the way, I think I've made this demand before, but we've had a couple people in the past week inquire as to why the Travis Williamson, Legal Eagle of our Wire Dyer Legal Eagle, doesn't have a Twitter, an X account. You got to get on there. I know a lot of people hate X and the person who runs it, but you got to get on. You just got to get on there. You got to do it. It's where we all do our debauchery and our nonsense, but we also have great conversation. Think about it, Travis. That's all. That's my pitch. Think about it. DB, can you link the link? Where's the link? What's the link? Do a link. Linky dink. I have to get my page back because I bing bonged myself. I think we're almost done with this article, y'all. We're going to get through this. We're going to get through this. Careful, Ange. There's a questionable lawyer who goes by Legal Eagle. Really? Oops. Let's see. Shall we? Like running a marathon, y'all. Ham sauce. Ham sauce is here. Hi, witches. I don't follow her either. Actually, I did block her because I was really tired of getting like gore and child abuse videos just like randomly popping up on my stream, animal abuse from time to time. She's like, this is awful. This video, she's like, what this person did is beyond the pale. It's unconscionable. It's just deplorable. And then she'll fucking share the video. Ma'am, all my love to you all. Catch up on replay. Love you, Kokomo. You the best. Still going, LOL. You know how we do. Giselle's my favorite true crime channel. She's awesome. She's awesome. Hammy baby. Twitter. Travis says, I had one for a while, then I got hacked by someone in Asia who posted 500 ads in 4 hours and then suspended my account. I explained the situation several times, apparently, with a robot called Eva. Yeah, he sucks. He wouldn't even grant appeal. Man, it sucks. She needs to learn how to censor her videos. She's the first time I saw the full Luigi. I was like, holy fuck. Yeah, I don't know. She's wilding. She is wild. That lady is hardcore. Let me tell you. One thing about Cough, she's gonna do a true crime. She's gonna do a trauma. All right, let's just speed through this like Nick's speedballs. The defense stated during hearings that missing audio of interviews completed by law enforcement of third-party suspects with alleged ties to Norse pagan religion was reckless, if not intentional, by the state. The audio is said to have been recorded over unbeknownst to investigators. Those interviews are documented in reports, Mcleland said. I don't fault the defense for making that an issue. It's regrettable that it happened. It was. They're not. That's a lie. They're not documented in reports. Actually, a good deal of them are not. And also, how would they know what is or isn't documented in reports? Because you fucking erased all the video. So what, they're just going to take your word that all of them are memorialized in reports? Yeah, because your word has been so sound and trustworthy and steadfast thus far. They really do think we're stupid. I think that is the analysis. I think the analysis is they genuinely think we're stupid. Like that we, meaning like the outside of their, their ethnocentric little bubble. Chelsea, yes, that was amazing. We're supposed to just believe you that you got them all. Yep, sure are. Hi, Boone. What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay. Whether the defense wants to believe the reports, I understand you want to hear the actual words. To me, it wasn't an issue. I understand why the defense wants to make it an issue. I was a defense attorney for a long time. I would have done the same thing. There was nothing of merit to warrant further investigation into other individuals. You were a defense attorney for 9 years, and you were a really bad one. You actually were not a good defense attorney until the very end of your defense career, which is probably why they wanted you to be a prosecutor. It's because you were kind of throwing a wrench in their conviction rate because you were actually doing a defend. And you can't have that in Carroll County. So they're like, you know what we could do? We could trap him. Let's make him prosecutor. They know how to get rid of a problem there, That's just a theory. But he was a pretty good defense attorney, actually, at one time. I got to take the dog out. DB, are you around? If not, it's okay. I'll put a video on. It'll be really quick. Ariel says, how does he know that there wasn't anything of merit when the videos are gone? It's a great question. Yeah, he was pretty good, Miku. I mean, granted, of the cases that I've looked at where he was a defense attorney, like he was, like I'm thinking of there's a couple like I'm thinking of that he was not terrible. Yeah, no, he was pretty good. Trav the Man-esque noted on the list. And they all occurred before he was a prosecutor or involved in this case at all. Yep. You've scrubbed so much online about himself, it's hard to dig. I'll be right back, y'all. Don't go away. What can I put up in the meantime? How about y'all can do a read. Y'all can read this paragraph. BRB.
Hello? Hello? What's happening? What's going on over here? Hello? Is anybody out there? Is there anyone at all? I used to be an investigator. I solved one of the biggest crimes in history of Delphi. I printed that report. I found that tip. No one could take it away from me except for Tony Leggett. I can't read this comment, but it seems nice. I like Pink Void. Now all I do is watch reruns of Maury Povich. I used to solve the Delphi case. I love the smell of a banker's box. Are you talking about George Floyd? I'm going to tell you about George Floyd, what I actually think about him. Kathy, you're not supposed to talk about that. Oh, okay. I don't even like those guys. Anyways. I started working on an umbrella factory when I was 6 years old. Oh, it wasn't an umbrella factory, actually. I don't think, it was a rhinoceros farm. Anyways, how do you guys think that he is the baby's father? They're gonna do a paternity test just like they did when they did the bullet. This Maury Povich guy is up to no good. He's always getting to the bottom of the case like me. I was an investigator for 60 years at the umbrella factory. Oh, well, he wasn't the father. I guess you never know, even with the paternity test. Don't dox me, bro. I still think about the ceremonies of all of us together chanting. I don't know who Mike is, but I know a lot of Mikes. DB, check your ex messages. I don't know DB, and I don't talk to my exes anymore. Okay, wait, what the fuck? What the fuck did you send me? This is wild. Anyways, that was DB. He fucking beat my ass. Hi, Susie Q. You shut the fuck up. I swear to God, I'll have them come to your house. I mean, you have a nice name, and I like that. I'm trying to sound like the last of the air escaping from a balloon when I talk. Don't you do it. Whatever you do, hold it in. You can do it. I'm a shank in a box. Yeah, yeah. I'm a shank in a box. I miss the boys and the trial. I want to go back. Let me come back. I'm going to solve the case of the Flora 4 and the Lindenberg kidnapping. A banker box smells like a cross between love and fear. We can all understand how love can be scary. But if you let the fear go, you can win. You can win $400,000 in the Delphi roulette game. That's right. It's better to live in fear than love Jerry Holman or both. The Lindenberg kidnapping was I solved it. Me and Chris Todd solved Orthol James Simpson. We solved his killing. Who killed Ornthal Simpson? It looks like I have a guest back here. I heard you were talking shit about me on the internet, you dumb bitch.
I did a cookie. Oh, shit. Hold on one second.
I'll show you a cookie, you fucking... Now where's that little bitch criminal network? I swear to fucking God. Oh, criminal network. Come out and play. No balls. Well, of course he's not here tonight. That should tell you everything you need to know about criminal network. Yeah. 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 Hi. Hi.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. I heard you were talking shit about me.
I see you're back to my favorite bit. Oh, Jesus, Steven. What are you doing? Is that common?
I'm experimenting.
Oh, geez. Nice. Absolutely not, sir.
Where my K-hivers at, dude? Justice. Do I do a clown? Do I do a Del Gribble?
All right. I'm going to finish this. Are you in the middle of a bit?
No.
Oh, okay.
Think this is a bit?
It's a bit.
You think it's a
What?
game?
You think this is the fucking game? Go back to the article. You're going to lose it. Oh, God. Okay. Enough to convict. McClelland says he believed from the day he filed the probable cause and arrest warrant that he had enough to convict. The evidence he considered key was the cartridge found at the crime scene between the girls, determined to have come from a Boone, lay down. We're like wild over here tonight. Determined to have come. Oh my God.
Geckless McGillicuddy.
Wow. Determined to have come from a Sig Sauer P226 handgun recovered from Allen's home when police executed a search warrant in October 2022.
You're a fucking
For
liar,
me.
dude.
Right. I didn't know that. You can educate me, Skinny. Did Nick say that?
What?
Call a spade a spade? I didn't know that that was not an. I thought it could educate me instead of yelling at me. Teach me. I want to know. All right. For me, the aha moment for the state was when we got the ballistic report and the bullet matched. I believe in that science. I just believe in it. I mean, I know you do. I didn't have my team together at the time, but I believe the evidence we had was enough for an arrest and probable cause and enough for conviction, or I would not have filed. I didn't have my team together at the time. Is this him making an excuse for why he didn't file the charges for over a week after they got the report back?
Yeah, I think so. Could be.
You got to look, read between the lines. they're always up to something, you know?
Yeah,
You never know what jurors are going to do. I don't care if you've been practicing for 2 years or 50. If you could read a jury and know what they're going to do, that would be a skill we would all like to have. Okay, thanks, Nick.
I mean, okay.
He's kind of dumb. He's like kind of dumb. For a guy who's not like dumb, he's quite dumb.
Well,
for McCleland, oh, go ahead.
Well, I think he's probably, it's not great what he's got going on, but also think maybe the person doesn't really know where he's coming from because they don't understand the process. Right. So, like, she's not translating what he's saying to a lay person,
Right.
Like, this is where you might just kind of paraphrase a little bit, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think she knows how to do that. Because she's, anyway. For McCleland, defense attorney Brad Rosie may not have been reading the jury when giving his closing argument. There's a point where in the defense's closing, they showed a rack used for medieval torture. Sometimes you go too far and you lose the jury. Sir, you showed 72 close-up images of the girls dead. Like, be reasonable. I could have objected. It was absolutely inappropriate for them to show that, but I let it go. Part of trial work is reading the room and seeing how people react. You have to watch the jury and see how they react. They're your audience. He was losing them, so I didn't object. I thought, let them go this far. He's going to lose the jury. You know what? There is something about giving someone enough rope, He's high on himself. Yep. Wow. You better fucking keep...
bias.
Maybe this buffoon should go back to being a defense attorney because as a prosecutor, he's making all of Indiana look like he can't even understand elementary school logic. Yeah, it's frustrating it's frustrating. How is that inappropriate? He's been wanting to get in, dig in. Funny how you don't have to read a jury when you know you already have them on your side. Bias kind of works like that. How is showing a medieval torture device going too far? They literally tortured Rick Allen. It's not Brad Rosie's fault that this jury was fucking... We'll talk about the jury another time. I thought that was a really good closing argument. And maybe one day we'll get to actually read it. Oh, the man. During the trial, McCleland said Allen confessed to a key piece of evidence that only the killer would know. That information, he said, came in one of Allen's confessions to his Indiana DOC psychologist, Dr. Monica Walla. Allen told Walla that he was spooked when he held the girls below the bridge. So he's below the bridge? That's a detail, DB, that... Right, I didn't know that until you brought it up to me the other day, and I was like, that's not in line. Why would they go under the bridge if they're going down the hill? You don't have to go under the bridge. It doesn't make any sense.
The road is right there.
I know.
Like, you would almost hit them.
You would hit, yeah, you would. That's why, Allen said he had intended to sexually assault the girls, but he saw a van. He then chose to take them across Deer Creek and kill them. Okay, that's a reasonable reaction.
I intended to commit sexual assault upon them. Something like very legal.
He said, I laid in wait.
Yeah,
in wait. I laid in wait. Oh, okay. Early in the article, people used to call African-American spades. I guess people in public office here still do. I didn't know that, Skinny. Thank you for sharing that. I don't know. Calling a spade is like not PC because it has the history, the origin of the what is that called? What is that? What is that called? Not an idiom. What is it called? Is it an idiom?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it has a questionable history. It's good to know. I don't know that I've used that, but it's good to know because I won't use it. Calling tortured, mentally unstable ramblings confessions. They should be required to say false confessions or coerced confessions. Yes, etymology. Thank you. That's the word. Did he lay in wait on the bridge? Yeah. So silly. But look, he doesn't say white van, McCleland said. He says van. People associate a white van because they see a photo of Brad Weber's van. Where do they see a photo? What is he talking about? What do you mean they see a photo of Brad Weber's van? What's he talking about? Who's they? Who sees a photo of Brad Weber's van? What are you talking about? You mean social media, Nick? Carroll County resident Brad Weber lives at the end of the driveway that travels under the bridge. He testified he was... driving a white van home under the bridge at 2:30. It has been shared on social media that the info regarding Weber's white van was on the internet, making it easy for Walla to feed the info to Alan during one of their sessions. Was it out on social media? I wasn't. She's saying it's been shared on social media that the info was on social media. So she's like, the internet cranks are starting lies about this already existing, you know?
No, I think she's saying it was out there. Read it again.
I did. It's been shared on social media that the information regarding Weber's white van was on the internet, making it easy for Walla to feed the info to Alan during one of their sessions. And then Nick says, was it out on social? Yeah. Was it out on social media? I wasn't following social media, so I have no idea. Does anyone believe this? He 100%.
Get a clue.
Did you lube that thing, DB?
There's a criminal investigation into somebody that talks about social media.
Who?
Some fucking mouthy blonde chick.
He knows we did memes. How would he know anything about the defense-friendly people without following social media? He 100% follows social media. He's a liar. He talks about podcaster. What? Huh?
You'd be dumb not to.
I agree. If that were true, he would have still heard of it by now. How many times has he cited what he read on social media in this article? A lot of times. How many YouTubers talk about talking to Nick and Holman? A lot. He says, was it? I don't know. I wasn't following social media, so I have no idea. The state's perspective was we didn't think anyone knew a van had traveled down the road. Well, you made the argument that it definitively, that nobody but the killer could know that. You made that argument definitively to a jury without doing any kind of research to make sure that it was a true statement, and they convicted him based on it. McCleland said that information about the van was learned when the state acquired access to his mental health and medical records. Yeah, which they never should have had. The judge denied the state's request, saying it was privileged. The defense brought it up in pleadings, and the judge finally granted it. Thank you for confirming that. That's fucked, but that's helpful information, Nick. Thank you. Keep yapping. While testified in court, she had followed Alan's case. Before and after he became her patient, the defense used that information to attack her credibility. I don't know if the jury believed she was reliable or not. We thought she was. That's why we put her on the stand. If you go with the defense's theory, she made it up. What?
She was reliable.
Mm-hmm. What? I can't hear you tonight. I don't know why.
Is this better? I was doing Kathy Shank, so it's down a little low.
Yeah. What does common sense tell you? What did you say? Something reliable?
Yeah, why didn't he just say she was reliable?
Because he doesn't want to do a perjure. I don't know. He doesn't want to do it's not perjury if it's a Comet article. I don't know why. He's like being kind of careful, but also not. Why did it take them until August to double check the van if they knew it from April? Harshman was wait, I have a question. If the state requests the discovery, if the state requests his medical and mental health records in April, is there any reason that Brian Harshman has access to go through? What was that?
I was just deleting your shit to make it look funny.
You motherfucker. God. Is there any reason that Harshman would be going through Walla's clinical notes?
Yeah.
Why?
To learn about the case. Learn about his fucking...
Yeah, but he's just doing one thing. He's their phone guy.
Right.
Why is he going through more clinical notes?
Doesn't care.
So the state gets those in April because but we know Gray Hughes is talking about it in March. The state gets it in April. Mm-hmm. Yeah, who is that? What are these gifts? How many of my videos did you delete to gift me? What is that?
Some guy walking away.
Why are you walking away? I'm in the middle of...
Yeah, I got this one. I found this one of you dancing. You ready?
Yeah. Oh my God, it's me! Dancing.
This is me.
Deeps. Oh my god. Ooh. Okay. Hey, I'm gonna do a read. Plea deal. McCleland said he offered Alan a plea deal early on, but Alan declined. There was a plea deal. It wasn't a lucrative deal for Alan. What are you going to offer a guy who kills 2 girls? You hadn't proved it yet when you offered that to him.
To me, yes.
This fucking guy, man. This fucking guy. Leaked photos. When asked if he felt that the defense intentionally leaked photos, he said he would respect Gold's ruling. We presented the... Thieves.
What?
What are you doing?
I'm loading some good shit, dude. What?
When we presented the evidence that we had at the contempt hearing, the judge found that it was not
Don't touch
intentional.
my shit back here, dude. Sorry, go ahead.
What did you... Oh, I'm just trying to figure out who...
Don't touch. Leave the area.
Fuck you were talking to. So many lies. This man is how I imagine Nick reads the pro-defense discussions. Mm-hmm. George is getting upset. Yeah. Wow. We didn't offer him anything lucrative. What are you going to offer a guy that kills 2 girls? Okay. We presented the evidence we had at contempt. The judge found that it was not an intentional leak, and I respect her decision. Okay. I mean, that's a tempered response. Good for you. DB is silly today. Yeah, for sure.
What are you going to offer a guy that kills 2 girls? What if they were a girl and a boy, or 2 boys? Or what if they were toddlers? What if they were adults? Like, why? Like, you can just say, like, victims. Like, you don't have to minimize other victims. Am I tripping on that? Okay,
I mean, no, just
biscottis again? What? You can't eat biscottis 2 days in a row and not accompany yourself on an airplane.
Not all of us have cookie rules in the house. I like to eat cookies in my house.
Don't fucking talk about that on the internet. Not fucking cool, dude.
I just did a leak. I just did a privacy violation. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. All right. Well, he's going to go out on a high note. I got choked up. What if it was your kid? Didn't he just say that he gets threats on the internet of people saying, what if it was your kids? This is what I want to say to those who have shared them. Put yourself in the position of the family and imagine seeing your daughter in that state. Just imagine it. I visualized my own 2 girls. And I mean, talk about victimizing the victims. I think Becky Patty said it best. It's generational. Well, Becky Patty...
Don't think about that.
Becky Patty's not Libby's mother. So let's get that clarified. Every time someone Googles it, you can't Google them. Do they think that these images are just out there to be Googled? Is that what people think?
What do you think? It's a fucking Apple developer forum?
Right. What do you think? Is he threatening me? Yeah, that's good. If they cared about victims, maybe you could donate the reward money to get the Florida fire solved. Who am I kidding? DB, are you a victim of eating shaming? Did I do an eating shaming onto you, DB?
I wouldn't say a victim. I deserve it.
He does deserve it. Fear-mongering. What? Why does he visualize his own daughter's not alive? Right. So early on would mean it wasn't even a murder charge plea. Right. It was a felony murder charge plea. What was the plea deal? Tell us who else did this. And because they believed other people were involved until they couldn't find anyone. You know what else is generational trauma? Tell us, post-punk. A wrongful conviction. Quit calling the Patties her parents. It's 2 families, and also Anna is the mother. Remember Anna and Carrie? Remember telling Carrie not to bother showing up to the presser because she'll just be standing in the back? Yeah.
What?
Yeah, he told Carrie not to come.
Who
well,
did?
Lesenby did. Yeah, all the time. He wouldn't even tell her when they were having them. She'd have to find out from like a 3rd, 4th party, and then she'd call and she'd be like, hey, is there like a thing happening this weekend? And he'd be like, yeah, but you don't need to worry about it. Wow. No, I missed it.
What?
I don't know. I missed whatever you did.
Oh, what is laughing at?
Mm-hmm.
You want me to tell you?
I
I was just
mean,
looking at pictures of Dale Gribble.
oh, okay. All right. 4 counts. Due to double jeopardy, Allen could not be sentenced on the 4 counts of murder he was convicted. 2 counts of felony and 2 counts of intentional. I added intentional murder in January 2023, McClelland said. So actually, no, you didn't, McClelland. You added it in January 2024, the day of the Supreme Court reinstating Brad and Andy. You actually added intentional murder in January 2024. You fucking idiot. The felony murder I originally charged him with because I believe he kidnapped the girls and they died. The other 2 counts added because it was at the point where that was appropriate to add because I felt he intentionally killed them.
Dude, what the fuck? That is a fucking story, dude. Like, he just said, the felony murder I originally charged him with is because I believe he kidnapped the girls and they died. Hello, Carroll County Comet. Carroll County Comet. That's a story.
I felt it in my heart. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he felt it in his heart.
See, he's never said that before, right? He's never
Said
talked
what?
about changing the charges?
Never.
I never thought this would be his explanation. I had 2 counts added. I had the other 2 counts added. You mean you charged him with other counts? Like, because I was at a point where that was appropriate to add because I felt he had intentionally killed the girls. So you didn't think that before?
I bet that he had access to the mental health records before he requested them officially, and they read about the van or they read about Walla's fake confession, and they were like, "Oh, okay, then we can charge him now." Like, I bet you that they had that info.
Yeah, for sure.
That, you know what I mean? And he was like, "Oh, okay, that'll work." That's probably what it was. Or he knew that Brad and Andy were going to be like, "Hey, motherfucker, you charged him with felony murder, and he's the only participant." So, I mean, granted, you don't have to have more than one person, but like, felony murder, why not just charge him if he's the only actor? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think they did a little fucking hangout in somebody's Google Drive and realized they were laughing at him for charging it the way that he did. Or the way that he was.
Yeah, DB. You said to me, I was like, who is this little weirdo? He's a smarty smart. Remember? What? You said that to me you messaged me. It was like way back in the day. When you were like, hey, what if this is like, what do you think about this theory? Is it possible that once they got access to like the work product and privilege conversations of Andy and help?
Which
Mesterman. Once Andy and Witch Mesterman's conversations became known to Nick, he was going through them and he was like, oh, maybe I should amend the charges, you know?
Yeah, he figured out that they were going to try to ambush him at trial on the charges of felony murder because they were going to just try to prove that they didn't have. Because a lot of people were saying back then, they didn't even have to prove that he killed the girls.
They just had to prove he's bridge guy.
They just had to prove he's bridge guy. Which,
well, guess what?
Sure.
That's all they tried to do. Even though
that's all he did anyways, right? But that's not really a great strategy for a prosecutor, because then the reality of humans is like
reality.
What?
The reality of humans, yeah.
The reality of humans. Let me explain this to you as a robot. Is they're going to want to know a little something, like how he was actually involved in them dying. But you have no other person that did it. You're just saying that there's no co-conspirator, which is kind of rare in felony murder, especially in Indiana.
This is important. They also did not prove him to be bridge guy. They literally just told the jury that they did, and the jury believed them. And then, like, I am certain, like, I feel very strongly the jury doesn't actually listen to anything that goes on in the trial that doesn't come directly from the prosecutor, because the prosecutors, the state's own witnesses, disproved Rick being bridge guy. And then McClelland's like, so there you have it, folks. We proved he's bridge guy. And they're like, okay. Like, come on. That's such a bummer. This jury was so much of a letdown.
Yeah.
The proof of him being the bridge guy is that Harshman said, yeah, that's him. I'm not kidding. He filed those charges like the minute. Yeah, I know, Miku. It was crazy. And then he also filed that, and then they filed contempt shit, like almost immediately after. Like, what are you doing?
By time.
Mm-hmm. What are you doing? God. You never know what a jury's going to do. Does he say, what do you think? You think we're going to get another common sense in here before the end? We're almost done.
Could be.
You never know what a jury's going to do. You present the evidence. I thought we had a strong case. I thought we had the right person that committed. I thought we had the right person. He was presumed innocent until the jury came back. Nick, don't patronize us. He was not presumed innocent at any point. Who the fuck is this? Oh, of course. To Richard Allen, McClelland said he had nothing to say to Allen. I don't want to sit down with him. I presented the evidence we had in court, and the jury found him guilty. If you believe in the system as I do, what else do I need to hear? That's not a bad point. Yeah, it's not your problem anymore. What answer could he give to give solace? No answer he could give me would justify or make it okay. I was pretty adamant at the press conference. I don't want to say Richard Allen's name again. He's the defendant, the convicted. This should be about Abby and Libby and how amazing they are. Nick, tell me one thing about Abby besides the fact that she played saxophone and softball. Tell me one thing about her. Fucking loser. Fucking loser. Anyway, I think we're almost done with this article. To the families, McClelland said he admires the family's faith and perseverance over the last 7.5 years. I applaud their strength and their compassion. We should strive to be like them. No fucking thank you, sir. No fucking thank you. No fucking thank you. And I'm not talking about Anna and Carrie have all of my respect and sympathy, truly. And that's all I'm going to say. Imagine what the family was feeling. I champion them for being there every day, supporting us. And obviously being as cordial and respectful as they were. Yeah, Becky was really respectful when she was throwing a fucking tantrum in the courtroom in front of media because she thought that the world should be able to see Richard Allen being tortured. That was really cute. That was very respectful. I'm not sure how I would feel if it were my kid. For years, McClelland worked side by side with investigators, attorneys, and the families fighting for justice. I just want everyone to know I did not do this alone. It takes a village. It took a village. Jerry Holman, he names Jerry Holman first, you know.
Jerry Holman's not a liar.
No, of course not.
Jerry Holman, not a liar, not a liar.
My staff, Diener, Jim, and Tony Liggett. I couldn't have done it without their help and their support. They deserve and have earned it.
To an unsuspecting baby, almost anything can become a weapon. For example, this weapon.
Sorry about that.
No, it was perfect. It was good.
It's an analogy, analogous about life.
Yeah.
Because a baby doesn't know how opportunistic a weapon can be. But the baby happens to find a knife. That's it.
Yeah. That was really, that shooketh me, DB. It shooketh me to my core.
It should.
Mm-hmm. My core. Where'd that clip of DB come from?
Become ungovernable.
And now, Kathy Shank. Talk about an unsung hero. Is she unsung? I think she's been sung. She's sung quite a lot, yeah. In his years of working as a defense attorney, McClelland said he's represented some of the worst defendants you can imagine. You literally haven't. Oh, God. It never affected me, and then I had kids. I hate this shit. Can I just say?
It never affected me until I pictured my kids being victims of violent crime, and then it
Never
affected
affected
me a
me.
lot.
Yeah, I could never imagine putting myself in the shoes of a secondary victim, a family member of a homicide victim, until I had my own kids, and then I could center myself in the trauma, and then I understood because I needed to center myself.
Then I never looked at people the same.
What is this? What, DB? Why? You're in a hyperfixation hole with this. Why? Why? Why?
It's an interesting character.
He's had kids longer than he's been a prosecutor. Right. It didn't affect him until he had kids. Yeah, that's like people saying, like, well, you don't get it because you don't have children. Interesting. So okay, cool. You've never loved a child.
I have a YouTube channel with 5,000 people, and I've been threatened online.
Right.
I care a lot about this.
Okay. Well, also, you can also love children and not have children. Emotional manipulation, professional gaslighting. Yeah.
No, you don't.
I do.
No,
Actually,
you
I like
totally don't, dude.
Yes, I do.
I don't think you do.
Why are you telling me?
There's nothing wrong with that.
What do you mean I don't love children?
I don't know.
So funny.
Prove it.
It's funny.
Prove
it. Have a child right now. Pop one out. Like when men say they don't respect women, they have girls. I know what you meant. I simply do not want to know what he does to his kids. I have dogs and I love them more than some people love their kids. Why did he have a paternity? Multiple. I have 3 children, and I'm just saying I'd want the right person to be punished for the crime. Yeah. Radar. Yeah. No, 2, Judgy. I thought never mind.
Guys, what's your favorite dribble moment?
Oh my God, DB.
I'm sorry.
What it is.
I'm sorry.
No, say what is it? I don't know what it is. It's a show. I've never seen it.
You've never seen King of the Hill?
No, it's like a boy. It's like a boy cartoon. It's
not
like
a cartoon.
White male boy cartoon. It's not a cartoon. Oh, okay. Judgy gets it. Lindsay and Judgy both watched it. Apparently, a lot of people in the chat watched it, so I will. Yeah,
they're Americans.
I don't like children, for being completely honest, but that doesn't mean I want them to be victims of violent crime. Ariel, perfectly said. Perfectly said.
Yeah, which is fine to say, but you didn't want to admit to that.
Next, Angie's going to call it anime cartoons, and I'll be triggered. I would never, Miku, because you just told me that, so now I won't. I just thought cartoons was anything that's not live action, you know? Clearly it's not, and I will never make that mistake again.
Looks like somebody's going to be getting some Dale Gribble clips.
Oh my God. I'm muted. Deebs, you want to do this transcript with me? You don't have to. I can do both parts.
I'm going to get some cereal and probably bounce.
Okay.
But you should. Why don't we just put the link in the chat and somebody can come up here and read it with you? Put a link in a box.
I got someone weird last time. And I don't mean any people on the panel. I mean backstage. It was weird.
Really?
I mean, the panel was weird too, but backstage was really weird.
Oh, backstage is worse.
Mm-hmm.
No, I can't, man. I am Rusty fucking Shackelford, dude. God. These people touch me right in my heart, man.
Okay, well, I'm going to start right now.
Yeah, go ahead. Bye, everybody.
Bye, DB. Thank you for your contribution.
You're welcome.
Say hi to your birds for us.
Fuck off.
What a... gem. Love it. Hey, Rex. Good to see you. Rex Stardust. Just jealous of your cookies. He's going to go have cereal because he has to settle. But here's the thing. He's an adult male. He could buy a cookie and eat a cookie in his house. I said I wasn't going to air his his private cookie behavior on the internet, but I'm just saying, why deprive yourself of something that's great? I don't know. Life is short, you know? Who's touching DB? Not me. Chi-Lo. Hello, everybody. Bye, DB. Get Travis. I don't think Travis is here with us anymore. But now I'm going to do a transcript read. If anyone wants to come up, how about this? Would someone like to volunteer? And then I will send out a link trusting that it will be used responsibly. I'm just saying cereal is actually much worse for you than cookies. Yeah, especially, well, what I'm not going to do is put his cereal choice on blast because that would not be appropriate. I need to reset after the verdict. That's fair. That's very fair. I just started following this channel and I'm really enjoying your videos and analysis. Thanks. Thank you. That's so nice. We're kind of being ridiculous tonight, but it's after hours, so it's okay. But Shank Vision. I can come up, baby? Yes. Yes. We're about to read a transcript. It's going to enrage all of you. I'm way too irresponsible. It's a vibe. Y'all are great. Yes. Welcome, Chilo. Welcome to the fam. Rex needed a reset after the verdict. Yeah. Totally understandable. You have to reset. You have to recharge sometimes. Then you come back 10 times as powerful, right? Preparing for the hospital. Go the fuck to the hospital. Get your goddamn... Where's that video? I'm going to play it while we're waiting. It's going to be our intro. Intro to Krebin. Un momento. Take your time. I'm going to play our Krebin clip. Yeah, so I took all of the articles I could find, and actually I could add to it for sure. Since we don't have transcripts of the interviews, I really felt like I wanted us to. So I reconstructed. So know that this is not verbatim, but it's pretty close. Like I took direct quotes from people who were in the courtroom. And kind of like did a little bit of cross-referencing just to make sure that like they were being reported more than one place. It's pretty concerning. I have a feeling that if this interrogation ever comes out, which it will, if and when, it's really going to be very, 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 very upsetting. Like really upsetting. Like all of the PR that Jerry Holman is doing right now is not going to stand the test of time. Appreciated rmproductions sharing that she's mad all the time. I feel like less like a great... I am mad all the fucking time. I haven't seen Michael tonight, Bell Ma'am. I haven't seen him much. I mean, I saw him earlier, like I think like this morning I heard from Michael, but I haven't seen him like on the YouTube streets. So he's probably off doing a thingy. He's got a thingy. Where's Krebin? Let's find Krebin. Here it is. Okay. Go the fuck to the hospital. Get your goddamn brain examined. That is our woman doing all the things. Try to find... You have the Krebin clip? Oh, yeah. Gotta find it. woman.
Hello.
How are you, my love?
I'm doing pretty good.
How did you like that?
From?
I'm gonna. Oh, let me send it in your. Do you see your banner? What is my banner? Phoenix, but does not denounce any beliefs about electric cats or electric weird cat adjacent cryptids, cryptoids. Oh, awesome.
It disappeared.
Wow. I'm gonna send you the Google link so you can pull it up on your. I'm gonna put it on the screen, but I'll send it to you too.
Okay. That guy is so terrible.
Mm-hmm.
How did he get so terrible? What happened to him as a child?
I really don't know. Honestly, I don't. He's terrible.
He's like, I don't pay attention to social media. I only pay attention to ex parte.
Which is crazy because he cited like 4 things from social media in that article alone.
Oh, do I need to speak up?
I can hear you okay. I need to let me mute because I need to do a RAM. So hold on 1 second. I'm gonna put this in your Twitter. Should I do Twitter or Discord is easier? I'll just do Discord.
Discord
or Twitter.
Okay,
Twits. Hi, Keith. Okay, 1 second.
All right.
Okay, I'm sending you 2.
Okay. I'm such a Looney Tune. Like, I refuse to say X, and I refuse to. So I type out Twitter.
I usually do too, but then like people started being like, "What? What do you mean X?" And I'm like, I don't know.
No, I don't mean X. I mean Twitter.
I said what I said.
I said what I said.
What I fucking said, and I meant what I said. Yeah. Because it's what is it? It's not even a retweet anymore. It's a repost. That's stupid. Skinny said Ram. Skinny, thank you for that. Is so generous. I appreciate you. We're getting there, y'all. We are getting there. I think that I did this right. So let's do Mullen came first, right? And then Jerome.
Okay. You said you sent it through X. Oh God, I did it. I said it. Twitter.
No, I think I put it in actually.
Discord. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's 2.
Here we go. All right, which one do you want to do?
Let's do Mullen first because I'm pretty sure, yeah, Mullen came first. Let me put it up on here and on my screen. Would you rather be? So technically there's 3 people in this interview, but Mullen talks the most. So I guess one of us can be the investigators and the other person can be Rick Allen. Who would you like to be?
I'll be the investigators.
Okay. Bye, Skinny.
Okay.
Multi-legged. Okay. He did come first. Share screen. Can we see it? Yes. Okay. Let's do it. Okay.
Okay, so
this is from October 13th, 2022. Investigator Steve Mullen and then Deputy Sheriff Tony Liggett go to Rick Allen's home to talk to him. Rick agrees to ride with them to the Delphi police station. Rick is wearing a black sweatshirt and is seated across the table from Liggett and Mullen. Rick's Miranda rights are read. He signs a document stating that he understands his rights.
You're not arrested. The door is open. We'd be glad to give you a ride back.
The three talk about Rick's emails, phone numbers, and phone carrier, as well as his educational history and work history. Liggett begins to question him.
We just want to know what you saw when you were out there. Were you there on February 13th, 2017?
I went over to my mom's in Peru, Mexico, spent the morning with them. I left around 11:15, went home. I remember it was a fairly warm day. I walked down to Highbridge and back and walked down to the other side, sat down on a bench for a few minutes, and then I walked back down.
Where did you park?
There's a house in a lane. It wasn't used. There's a place to park there. I parked on the building side of this. This is what I'm saying. Rick shows Liggett and Mullen where he parked using a paper printout of a map. He said that he was familiar with the trail and the bridge. We visit the Monon High Bridge trails regularly in the summer.
Why did you report being on the trail on February 13th, 2017?
It was the next day or a couple days later. I went down because my wife said that they wanted to talk to anyone who had been there. Oh, can you scroll, please? Sorry. Yep. I forgot to scroll.
Mullen asks about Rick's meeting with the conservation officer, Dan Dooley.
He called me when I was in the car, so I pulled over to talk to him. I was headed to Save-A-Lot, and I told him I could just meet him there. Mullen asks Rick if he could examine his cell phone. How long are you going to have my phone? The officers asked to search Rick's vehicle and home with his permission. If you want to look around my house, you can get a warrant. It sounds like you think it's me. You can search my phone, but you're going to need a warrant for my house and car. Man, it's sounding more like you think I did this. I'm not going to be somebody's fall guy. Please don't think I'm questioning your integrity. From this conversation, it's like you think I did it. I'm just trying to be helpful. It makes me worried that we're even talking.
So, October 13th, 2022. We are talking to everyone who was out there that day.
You know what? Let me talk to my wife before I do any of this. Liggett then reads tip number 74, Rick's self-reported tip about being on the trails February 13th, 2017. I know I wasn't out there until 3:30 or so. 1:30 is when I would have left and went home.
That's why we are here. We're here because we haven't found the guy who did this.
My wife doesn't even know I'm here talking to you guys. I had nothing to do with it. I haven't been part of the investigation. I don't want to be any more involved in it than I need to be. Mullet and Liggett step out and return with photos of what they say is Rick's. Hey.
Fuck you, woman.
Fuck you, Dee Dee.
Amazing.
Okay. So, we talked to your wife and daughter.
Liggett shows Rick photos of Bridge Guy. Absolutely not me. I've never met the girls, even if it looks like me. I've never seen them. It's not me. I've never met these girls before. It's not something new, showing me the photos. I know how you guys work.
We just need to know what happened.
You want me to say that's me? We're all done here.
I believe you're a nice guy, but a lot of what we are trying to do here is the information is showing us one thing, and you're saying another.
It feels more like I'm being interrogated. You have that I was out there, and I told you from the beginning that I was out there. I've got nothing to hide.
We are simply trying to get to the truth.
If I thought that I had something to offer, I would. I think we're done. If that picture was taken from one of the girls' phones, then it's not me.
We have people that saw you.
There weren't that many people who saw me, unless they were coming from behind me, and I didn't see them.
If that person is you, we know that person followed the girls and told them to go down the hill.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Let me stop you here. You're trying to put words in my mouth. I don't go out that far anymore on the bridge. I haven't for years.
Is that person you?
No.
Either you were out there to do this to the girls, or you were out there to introduce the girls to someone else.
Okay, We went from just talking to me luring someone to kill them. We're done here. Arrest me.
On that day, you were on the bridge wearing...
I don't know how you can tell what coat that is. This is ridiculous to me. That doesn't even look like a Carhartt coat.
You're right. We can't.
You lost me. I'm not going to talk. Like I said, we're done here. Arrest me or take me home. You've lost my trust. Are you going to arrest me? Am I free to leave or not? I'm not going to talk anymore. You're really pissing me off. Am I free to leave?
You are always free to leave.
Rick stands up and walks out of the room. Thank you. You're an asshole. That was amazing, woman. I particularly enjoyed your nasally ligget.
Oh, yeah, I just plugged my nose for that one.
Mullen literally agrees and says, "You're right. We can't tell."
Right.
You're right. We can't tell what kind of coat that is. Okay, so that's not that I didn't say that I was wearing the same coat.
It was actually many coats. It was a windbreaker.
I believe it was too.
It was a Carhartt.
I have never thought that Bridge Guy is wearing a Carhartt jacket. It looks like some kind of almost like a windbreaker material. Like it has a little bit of like a sheen to it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's not canvas. I don't know what it is, but it's
especially
definitely
the original BG, who has the guy from Flora in it. But the OG BG from, I think it was Farrell's Tribune, that one definitely looks like shiny, like a little sheen.
Yeah. Okay, how do I... Oh, I know what I need to do. So the next one is the Holman one. Mm-hmm. You want to be Holman or you want to be Rick?
It doesn't matter. I'm going to let you pick.
Let the chat can decide who's who. We got Holman and Rick. I think that's the only two. How do I... Can I do this? Definitely. It was like a Walmart brand windbreaker. Yeah, a Dickie Snap front windbreaker. It does look like a Snap. Like it almost looks like it's like snapped and too small for them. Whoever Bridge Guy is.
Someone pointed out that it looked like one of those ISB breakers. Because they compared it to somebody else.
You mean like the Indiana Packers, or you mean the Indiana State Police?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I could see that. And then also Subaru I remember that at one point people thought it was like a Subaru jacket.
Mm-hmm. And
it's definitely not Carhartt.
Right. All I said that it was All I had a post about the actual hat having a logo blacked out. From Bridge Guy's video or whatever. Like you could see that they physically blacked out the logo almost. I don't know though.
They're so weird about this fucking video, dude.
I don't even know if I want to see the actual video because I already know that you don't see the guy. Like you see a speck or whatever.
Yeah.
I want to see what they did to it. The middle one where he allegedly is right there saying down the hill and his mouth isn't moving. That's the one I want to see.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I'm wondering what's going to happen, like if there's a new trial or like even post conviction, or even just like cases moving forward with like AI now. Like how much enhancement are we really wanting to like fuck with? You know what I'm saying? Like what are we doing?
Well, and I remember, so when they had the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, They wanted to zoom in on the video.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, it didn't seem nefarious. Like, I get it, it adds pixels, but it's not going to add a whole extra body that isn't there. What they did to this video actually did, like, kind of add a body, because they took frames and put it in motion. They put it in, like, because originally that's not the way it went, like, apparently. Like, it's only, like, one frame that you see him or whatever for however long you see him. But if he's so far away, you're not going to see his actual movements.
Right.
So they almost did add in, like, they added movements or whatever.
Yeah. Well, and the fact, too, like, this is a great point Sheila says, it gives people the wrong idea of the proximity of Bridge Guy to the girls, I feel, by zooming. So it'd be one thing if they just zoomed in on Bridge Guy. Even then, I don't know. Like, again, I want to see exactly not that I'm like a digital anything, but on one hand, I get it. You have to show him, but like, okay, then just show the zoomed in image. Don't interpolate they're basically copy pasting the zoomed in image of Bridge Guy to make it look like he's closer to the girls because they need him to be close to the girls for his voice to be, and that's just not, maybe that works like for purposes of, I don't know, but it's not good enough for evidence to be admitted in a trial. Like, that's crazy.
Well, and I remember initially that they didn't know if the guy actually had anything to do with it, if he was just there. They said he could just be a witness. And then, dumbass, oh my God, the freaking drama queen Doug was like, pay attention to his gait. Don't necessarily look at his face. Pay attention to his gait. And then you're like finding out that it's not actually walking, it's just stills put in to make it look like he's walking.
Right.
There's no gait, dude.
Mm-hmm.
And that Barrows article that I was talking about, the OG article said it was a trail cam image.
Yeah. Yeah, people were saying that on Facebook too at the time. They said it in a couple of articles. And I don't know if it's like I don't know if it's like they were told that or they were just like making that inference because law enforcement didn't want to tell them one way or another, but they absolutely were reporting it was a trail cam at first.
Phoebe, I didn't start the fight at Duncan.
But she finished it.
But I'll tell you, that bitch, she called me a bitch because I told her I didn't want the hot coffee. That's it.
Why was she so mad?
Because she wasn't listening to me and I had to tell her 3 times to not hand me a hot coffee.
Yeah, it sounds like her problem. It sounds like her problem though.
It definitely was. It was a her problem.
Yeah. Why are you so mad, woman? No, I don't mean woman. I mean weird,
other
strange woman. Yeah. Why are you so mad, strange, weird woman?
She had like a triple F and no bra. I really didn't want that smoke, to be honest.
Yeah, no, that's a lot of smoke. That's a lot of smoke. God bless. I gotta find them. Where is the Krebin? I know I thought that I favorited it.
Oh, are we still looking for that?
Well, I wasn't going to, but then he started talking about Duncan, and I kind of really want to hear you Duncan on the Duncan lady. To be honest, it's like my favorite thing ever.
Can't even believe it. The meeting. Fucking go to a meeting.
I don't want to have a meeting. She wanted me to have a meeting. I hate meetings. A meeting at the Duncan?
A meeting at the Duncan. Yep. Radar said Kim Riley said trail cam.
There you have it.
Yeah, damn right. Radar knows everything.
Yeah, they really do. Brilliant, 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 brilliant. Okay, we'll do it after. Let's read this. Did we decide? What does the chat think? Who should woman be? 1 for Rick Allen, 2 for Jerome Holman. Indy Cindy says, I am craving Duncan right now. AKA says you should be Hitman Holman. That's actually not a bad name for him. Hey, DB, this is Susie Q. Do you often play skits and make random remarks to complete strangers for the sake of a live? It's a great question. It has a very easy answer. Will I ever show how I got second place at the 1997 GameStop Mario Kart Championship in Hoboken, New Jersey? No, because I got first place. That story doesn't exist. You are to be Jerome, woman, because you should not have to be Jerome since he sent SWAT to your home. That's fair, Bunny. That's a fair point.
Yeah, that is actually.
That's fair. Okay. Let's see. Present screen. This interview pisses me off.
I only got 30 or 40 seconds of anger in me, though.
Okay, well.
So if he starts cussing outside of that parameter, we're fucked.
We're fucked. Okay. We'll do our best. We are going to do our best. Why can't I pull up? Okay. October 26th, 2022. On October 26th, Rick and Kathy drive to the Indiana State Police Lafayette Post to retrieve their vehicle that was taken during the October 13th, 2022 search of their home and property. Holman talks to Rick about their shared military experience and gun ownership. Rick: I haven't shot in a long time. I don't know why I said Rick. I haven't shot in a long time.
The lab asked a few questions. They took a lot of swabs of everything. Have you ever loaned out anything we took or tested?
If I do, I certainly don't remember.
Did you have any of these knives or your gun on you on February 13th, 2017?
I didn't. I just went for a short walk.
Let's get to the meat and potatoes of this rig. The extraction marks on the cartridge found at the crime scene matched your gun. The methodology they used is sound. They want to lock you up and throw away the key.
This is ridiculous. You've already started something here. There's no backing out of it now.
Experts say it's your voice on the video, and now we have your gun.
There's no way. I'm telling you, there is no way.
There's two sides of every story. Tell us what happened that day.
I can't tell you what happened that day.
The truth will set you free. The truth will protect you.
That's what I would have thought.
If you don't tell me, you are going to go down for this.
Do you realize what you've done to me? You've talked to people I work with. You've talked to my neighbors. I have anxiety. What people think about me is really important to me.
Either you had that gun or someone else had your gun.
There is no way that round is from my gun on the bridge. You are trying to accuse me of killing 2 little girls.
And Wednesday.
Hold on 1 second.
There's a man in Holman's house. A man. My goodness, Jerome. Oh, a direct threat. Tell Nick. Was this after Jerry walked back in the room after he checked the recording was working? Yeah, so this, I'm basing this, I think most media started kind of really reporting like the verbatim words from the interview once it kind of got like heated. I don't have, so I just started it.
My bad.
Oh, you're good.
The media is going to portray you as a monster. There's only one way to get out of this, and that's to tell the truth. What happened that day? Are you a mastermind? The truth will set you free. I don't think you killed the girls, but evidence shows you were involved. I don't think you're the one who killed them. Are you?
Anyone who knows me knows I could never do anything like that. I did not murder 2 little girls.
The science doesn't lie.
It's not my round. You're trying to convince me to confess to something I didn't do.
What were you doing on that bridge? How did your round get out there? Why did you kill those 2 little girls?
Anyone who knows me knows that I could never, even if I wanted to, I could never do anything like that. You are trying to get me to confess to something I didn't do. There is no way the gun you took from my house ended up at a murder scene or anywhere else. If that was next to a murder site or anywhere else, then it didn't come from my gun.
The death penalty is on the table here.
I like this part. I've dealt with not wanting to be alive for 7 or 8 years. Go ahead and kill me. I don't give a fuck. It'll make my wife rich. That's baller. I like it. But and Rick goes on to describe his battle with depression, anxiety. And I imagine here Holman probably asked him very intrusive, invasive questions that were none of his business. So Rick starts to talk about his depression and anxiety.
It's time to get out in front of this. You lied to your wife for years, and your depression got the worst. Mine would too if I killed 2 little girls.
Rick steps out to smoke and then returns.
I don't think you're a bad person.
I think this should say what kind of good person. What kind of good person kills two people?
Good people make bad decisions all the time.
I've never communicated with Abby and Libby. I've never even met them. Holman reads Alan a warrant to collect his DNA. You just took my DNA. The damage is done.
Look, I'm trying to help you. The girls have a video of you on the bridge. Your voice. 5 witnesses saw you on the bridge with the girl.
He's such a fucking liar. It didn't happen. I don't care how stressed out I get. I'm not going to admit to something I didn't do. There's nothing that you have that's going to implicate me because I wasn't out there. You're not going to prove something I didn't do.
Oops, I didn't mute. I'm allowing you to set the narrative. If you don't, the media and social media will make it up.
I just don't know how I'm supposed to act.
Your conscience is trying to tell you this is the day. This is the time.
I'm done. If you're going to arrest me. I'm done talking to you. Nothing you have is going to show me at the murder of 2 little girls.
You just sit tight.
That's a custodial interview, y'all. Obviously. I mean, he didn't Mirandize him, but that's a fucking custodial interview. Let's be real. Sorry. Holman exits the room. He then returns and begins again, telling Rick that witnesses saw him on the bridge with a gun in his pocket. I didn't have my gun. There's no way a bullet from my gun ended up at the murder of 2 girls. I told you that I was on the trail. I didn't tell you that I was at a murder scene. I'm done.
You and I both know what happened. They walked right by you.
No, they didn't. I've never even seen them. I'm not going to say that somebody walked by me that I didn't see. You obviously don't believe me, but I'm not going to tell you I did something I didn't do. I don't know how I can make this any clearer. I am not going to tell you something I didn't do.
We know you are out there. We know you have anger issues. Maybe the girl said something to you. You racked your gun to scare them. The cartridge pops out.
The cartridge? I didn't murder 2 little girls. I went for a walk on the trails and I went home. This is ridiculous. I'm not going to keep repeating myself.
When was the last time you carried a gun?
It was like February something.
February 13th.
He's so lame. God. Holman brings Kathy Allen into the interview room. Holman tells Rick that he told Kathy about, quote, all of the evidence they have against him.
I don't think you're a bad person, and neither does she.
What kind of a good person kills people? I didn't do anything. I didn't, what did you call it? Scheme with somebody else. I wasn't involved with these 2 girls in any way, shape, or form. I have never even seen them before. I can't explain something I don't know. Rick turns his attention to Kathy. It's all right, baby. It's going to be all right. They're trying to tell me that you actually believe that. I can't believe that. It didn't happen. I didn't even have my gun. You know me. You know this is something I could never do. I don't know what they're trying to do here, but there's no way. I didn't murder anybody. I didn't help somebody try to murder somebody.
How did your bullet get down there?
I can't explain it. I don't know how to explain something I don't know. I've never seen them, period. I get what they're saying.
That's the witness that said you was out there. They say they showed them a photo.
Alan reminds Kathy of what he had told her about going out on the bridge that day. I love you, baby.
I love you too.
Rick kisses Kathy. They're not going to get away with this. I know you know me, and I know you know I would never do this. What they're doing to you right now, I'm sorry you're having to go through this. I'm sorry I'm having to go through it. I care about what people think. You know I care about what people think. I don't care what they do to me. I'm not going to admit to something I didn't do. I just know I never carried my gun, unless we're going mushroom hunting, walking in the woods, fishing.
How would a bullet in your gun get out there?
I don't know. I can't explain it. There are two explanations. The bullet didn't come from my gun, or it didn't come from a murder scene. They want you to think that I'd done it. That's what this is all about, but you know me better than that. Holman re-enters the room and begins to scream.
This ain't fucking TV. This is realistic. You can't get past this.
Holman turns to Kathy.
Tell him to do the right thing.
Holman turns back to Rick.
You're gonna put your family through this for no reason?
Can you please let my wife out? Oh, Kathy stands and they embrace. Rick kisses Kathy. I love you, baby. Kathy leaves the room. You're going to pay for what you're doing to my wife. You want to fuck with me? Fuck with me. But leave my wife out of it. Fuck, leave me out of it. I'm done talking. Just arrest me.
Happy to. You're guilty of something and I'm going to fucking prove it.
Nice. Nice guy.
He's so great.
This is realistic. Sounds like my sleep paralysis demon, says Chilo. So, I want to pull. Oh, damn! I just closed it. Hold on a second. There's a part that I know that I think I like screamed about this last night too, but so you know how he said that his gun, like in the confession that he gave to Walla, he said that his gun, he's like, oh, I went to lead the girls off the bridge, and to scare them, I did something with my gun, and, you know, then the bullet came out. Like, that's what he says in his confession. Mm-hmm. And so that implies, or not even implies, right there, he believes, per that confession, that the bullet was found on the bridge, right? And that the gun racked on the bridge to scare them. Mm-hmm. And that makes sense because there's a part, and this is a quote, I found this quote 2 places. So I think it's probably, I feel comfortable saying it's probably like what was said. But right here, oops, he says, either you had that gun or someone else had your gun. There is no way that round, there is no way that round is from my gun on the bridge. So even during this interview, he thinks that the bullet was on the bridge. Like, that's the sense he's getting. And that's also probably why he, in his confession, he says that he shot them, because he hears that there's a bullet, and he's told that there's a bullet found between the girls. And Rick, I don't know, it sounds like he just assumes or believes that the bullet is from the bridge, which makes sense why in this confession that they're so reliant on, that only the killer would know, that's full of false, incorrect details, he says that he did something with his gun on the bridge. Like, hello? It's not
racked.
They
didn't even get their, like, fictional narrative together. Like, where was the bullet found?
And by the way, there is no, you cannot hear a gun cock. Is it cock or rack? Is it racks or cocks, y'all? You can't hear a gun cock or rack in the audio or video. And that is just a fact. And the reason when, what's her name? When somebody during the trial, I can't remember who, says I think it might have been Liggett, is like, you hear a gun rack or what is it? Rack? You hear a gun rack.
DB is just being a troll.
Okay, it's rack. You hear a gun rack and then Rosie objects, and the objection is sustained because it didn't happen. Becky said she didn't hear it, by the way. I'll donate my rack, says Miku. That'd be a gun, Ange. That'd be a rack.
That'd be a rack.
That'd be a gun.
Also, so if the rack happened at the bridge, and that's where the bullet comes out, he pocket the bullet, cross the creek,
right,
and then lose it at the scene, because ultimately that's what would have happened.
Yeah, he had to take it with him, or it teleported and jumped a half a mile across the creek and landed where they were.
Yeah, it grew legs.
Thank you for answering me, Lindsay, and the rest of you. Rack and cock. Yeah, it had to have literally just jumped. It just jumped across the bridge, apparently. It's so stupid. That's why there's so many marks in it.
The bullet growing legs is my favorite fantasy.
Yeah. There was one other thing. God. Well, here's the thing about a Sig Sauer. If you rack it, it cocks. Okay, thank you, Dee. Just like Bridge Guy teleported across. It didn't jump across. It skedaddled. That's true. That's a good point. That's a good point. I want to see. I think this is the video I'm looking for.
Bridge Guy was actually the Flash, I think.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
And Rick just has little ass legs, so he's not going nowhere that quick.
It's just insane. So I don't think I actually understood until after trial, like until probably somewhat recently. Women, are you prepared?
I will never. For what?
She said, "You gonna have to kill me first." I literally commented that and said, "Well, maybe he had another one." Another what? Another what, Gray Hughes? What are you talking about? I literally commented that on Gray Hughes, and he said maybe they had another one. Another what? Another bullet? They will move they will teleport the goalpost wherever they have to make this psychotic confession that Walla fed him accurate.
They just build new goalposts.
Yeah, that cartridge was ejected 3 separate times. Yes, it was, which makes me think it was a law enforcement cartridge. Here's the thing about that, Lindsay. The FBI also thought it was a law enforcement cartridge, which is probably why it doesn't even show up in Ron Logan's affidavit, because they just kind of were like, whatever. There's nothing evidentiary to be gained from this unspent round, because they're not, I mean, I'm not saying that all Feddies are not idiots, but clearly the FBI was like, no, that's not a thing. Well, and that bullet, yeah.
Go ahead.
No, that bullet looked old as fuck. I'm just telling you. It looked old as fuck. I've seen a picture of it. That bullet looked like it had been there for a minute. So, I don't know. The goalpost. It's pretty good, Miku. For doing a personal trespass against DB's character.
I don't even know what to say about that.
I don't know.
I had a thought, and then DB did a trespass on my brain. DB? So you apologize, DB. You apologize.
Right fucking now. Becky Patty said she never heard Abby say, "Don't leave me." FBI and DNR carried Sig Sauer. There you go.
Oh, yeah. Let's talk about all the other effing bullets and shells and unspent rounds. That area is full of them. Why that one? Why was that one the one?
Probably because it was literally between them, and they were like, "Oh, that'll work."
Right, but like people were going out there and like finding just shells and all kinds. I'm probably going to get yelled at about this, but all kinds of ejectors from a gun, whether it be spent or unspent, all over those woods, which tells me that there was probably more. They just didn't dig hard enough.
For sure. Well, we already know the perimeter that they created was tiny, considering that this is so true. Considering that their theory is that the crime scene actually started on the bridge. So why are you only sealing off this one little area, and then you're letting people enter and exit at different, like, you have all these entry and exit points. You opened up the crime scene 24 hours later. You let the media and fucking people come and walk all over it. Let Dan Doolin come and take pictures of the sticks that you left there, and then you reseal it. Huh?
Mm-hmm. So from what I understood was that Dan Doolin came back for them sticks 21 days later. Was it 21 days? 2 weeks?
I don't think it was 21. We have it somewhere though, because I know Wish put it on their blog. It was days, if not weeks. I don't know how many days, but it was like, I think I have it somewhere. Let's look. I think it was on a Wish TV blog.
Honestly, it probably is all the above, because we have 70,000 tips. We have 14,000 tips. We have 20,000 tips.
March 3rd, the sticks were out there till March 3rd. He said he told them February 17th, and they didn't. So he went out there, saw them, told them the 17th of February, and they didn't collect them till March 3rd. You know what's weird about that? March 3rd is the day that they detained Ron Logan and started like doing their whole investigation. So they're like, oh, maybe we should do something. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what were they doing for the entire month?
How many precipitations happened between the 14th and the 3rd?
What's a Glock?
A different kind of gun.
What's a Glock? Okay, where's fucking Doolin? Bitch.
Oh, Dee Dee, wasn't that a thing too that they said they couldn't rule out a Glock?
That's fucking good, Deeps. That's good. That's a good one. Yeah, didn't they say they couldn't rule out a Glock, DB?
I think it was like between Glock and 6 hours, and they couldn't. Who's on the Brady list? Yeah, that's what they said. Hmm.
Trying to find this article. After watching the most recent True Crime by Design, I am not sure about the bodies in the water, but I thought the finding of the bodies was part of the ritual. Maybe it went on longer still. The Glock also couldn't be excluded. So we are just supposed to believe them that the bullet was found at the crime scene. Take any pictures of the bullet until they brought it in as evidence. Great point. Yeah. And honestly, at this point, I don't believe a fucking thing that they say. They could show me a picture to my face and I'd say, I don't believe you. You've lost, what Rick said, you've lost my trust. You have lost my trust.
Nothing they say has been true. It's all been fabricated.
Yeah. Jesus. Doolin, Wish TV. Okay, here it is. I think he was on day 6. It says, oops. It's the wrong one. Where is he? Doolin. Oh. Oh, court resumed at when defense attorney Andrew Baldwin cross-examining former police chief Steve Mullen. Baldwin says to Mullen, "You lied to this jury before lunch, didn't you? You lied." Oh no, he says, "You lied to this jury before lunch. You lied to this jury." And Mullen says, "Is there a question?" And Baldwin hands Mullen a copy of the interview with Richard Allen. Baldwin asks Mullen to point out exactly where Richard Allen said that he may have gone westbound to get to the trails. Mullen responded that Allen said he was traveling in a direction that seemed like it could have been westbound. Baldwin asked Mullen if he had asked Allen if he went to the trails a different way. He said, "They are desperate for Rick to have been going west." They made that up. They lie. They lie. They lie. They lie. Mullen is the most honest man I know. He lied so brazenly and so detrimentally to the truth and to Rick's case that Andrew Baldwin literally called him a liar in front of the jury on the stand.
I fear the cops lied. I do fear they lied.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Testimony from Dan Doolin. Here it is. Let's look at it together, y'all. Now remember, the TV blog trial was problematic at times, but they did get better as the trial went on. They did, however, do a pretty good job of putting notes out quickly.
Yeah, even if they... Wait, which TV? You said?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm going to share this.
Didn't they say that there was glitter everywhere, though?
Yeah, he said that there was glitter found at the crime scene, and then we later found out that what they actually meant was that the bullet was kind of like in I don't know what that substance is used, the DB that they put. Why do I ask DB? Someone else could know. Forget I said that. They put like a substance, it's not luminol, it's something that to make like blood glow, and they said that they saw the bullet was glittering like under the lights, and that's how they saw it. Not that there was glitter. Yeah, the casing glittered. Thank you, Miku. This is a reminder of how dumb the jury had to be to convict, even though the cops were confronted with their lies multiple times, right in front of them. Yeah, I will never understand it.
Either that or they were just like simply disinterested.
I do believe that they were disinterested. Yeah. Blue light glowing spray.
Or they were told to disregard everything because they didn't actually seem disinterested by the questions they were asking. Until
were those jurors or were those alternates?
Oh yeah, I guess so.
I don't know. Something shifted with them, and I'm having a lot of questions now about some things that
I just read two comments as one. It was the unreasonable. I couldn't find any unreasonable doubt, and then they sprayed foam on the trees. I read they sprayed unseasonable doubt on the trees. And I was like, yes, they did. All over the crime scene, everywhere.
It probably did then. They testified as though only 14 people processed that scene. Oops, fuck. I froze. Can you see this? Okay, Dan Doolin. He worked across the state, but I worked in Carroll County. He became involved on February 16th. So literally the first day is when he talks to Rick. Or he at least calls Rick the first day. And then Rick meets with him on what, the 18th, right? Or no, when did he meet with him? On the 16th? I don't fucking remember. But he says,
at a grocery store, right?
Yeah, he was on his way to Save-A-Lot. He requested to meet with Allen at his home. Then the police headquarters, Allen refused and requested they meet at a grocery store. I like how now that we actually know a little bit more, actually, even the way it's reported, no, he didn't refuse. He was on his way to the grocery store. He met with Allen in the grocery store parking lot on the 18th. He told the jury they met, spoke, said he was at the trails. This is a lie. Allen did not say 3:30 ever. I'm gonna keep screaming this until the evidence actually comes out. But he never ever said he was there until 3:30 ever. Yeah, you will not find that. You will not find it on the tip sheet. You won't find it on the Orion fucking thing until maybe they change it later, but you're not going to find it because he never said it. He also said he saw 3 girls at the Freedom Bridge. He has always said 3 girls, and they're trying to say that the 3 girls that Rick Allen saw are the same 4 girls that think they saw Bridge Guy, who they describe very differently than Richard Allen. Okay, ready? Doolin said he took handwritten notes, which included Allen's phone number. He wrote up his notes into a Word document and turned it into investigators. So this, the most important piece of evidence that would exonerate Rick and disprove the entire theory of theirs regarding Rick Allen, didn't have, much like Walla shredding her handwritten clinical notes. Dan Doolin wrote down notes during his conversation with Rick, so those would be the most accurate representation of that conversation. Not to say that it would have been a perfect representation, but much like Walla's handwritten clinical notes, that would have been the most accurate representation of that conversation. And wouldn't you know it, Doolin went home, typed up his notes in a Word document, allegedly, handed that into the investigator, or whatever, into investigators. Here's the thing about that. That sucks, because didn't Doolin have that Word document? Yeah, and guess what? Because he pulled it up on his computer when Tony called him in September 2022. Why didn't Tony have it if there was a file and he turned it into investigators? I'm confused.
I don't understand them. Like, Walla, for instance, if you know you're dealing with somebody who's in a trial, why would you shred your handwritten note? You know that they're going to ask you about that.
She probably didn't fucking actually take any, to be honest. So as a clinician, this is me speaking in my personal, not professional capacity as an individual. Okay, not speaking my personal professional capacity. As a clinician who has to, it is a fundamental, critical part of my job to take notes, clinical notes. I know other clinicians. I know that I have to enter my notes and submit them for billing and for everything within 48 hours of that session. And if I don't do it in time, then, you get like a reprimand or whatever. But if you wait weeks and months, then that session never happened. You don't get to go back and backdate your note from months ago because your memory's not going to be reliable. It's not going to be fresh in your mind. Like, it's not appropriate. So this is a good question. Did Wallace shred all of her notes for every patient? I bet we could find the answer to that in some of the lawsuits that she's involved in. Seriously, because a lot of the discoveries in there.
I'm sure she has.
So Wallace, I guess, says she takes handwritten notes and then why are they doing double work too? I'm wondering. Why don't you just, I guess maybe because you don't have your computer with you when you're doing it. I don't know. Maybe Walla couldn't bring her computer into the cage. I want the Walla deposition.
I always picture him in like some sort of like deep underground dungeon.
Yeah.
Or maybe the signal's not so good.
It's literally probably what it was, honestly. She was in the cage.
Yeah, as a nurse, we have to document everything right then and there. We can go back and like make little alterations or whatever. Like if you remember something later on or whatever, but it's gonna time and date stamp that entry. But we know that in Carroll County they don't really like dates.
Do we have the Kevin Murphy transcript from the 3-day hearings? Did she ever give us that one?
I can look for it. I don't think so.
That's one of the 3, right? That we're all still waiting on. We're waiting for Kevin Murphy, Walla, and
I don't think we're ever getting Walla.
Not until a civil discovery process, probably. Maps. We don't have maps? Maps is important. That's because it relates to Walla, motherfucker. Liggett. Yeah. Depo Ives, Riley, Doolin, Liggett, all the ones they squeezed out. How about Kevin Hammond, who they forced to retire after he had like a medical emergency from stress, and literally that night they were like, "Don't you think you should retire?" And he never worked again. Interesting. Whatever happened to you, Kevin Hammond? Where you at? I bet you got shit to say.
Kevin Hammond's from where I am from.
Is he really?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I wasn't really happy about that when I learned that, but
nice. So, okay, let me finish because I forget why we pulled this up. Oh, we wanted to find out when he went to see the sticks. Okay. He took handwritten notes, wrote them into a Word document, and turned it into investigators. He told the jury that in September he got a call asking if he remembered interacting. He said, "It didn't sound familiar, but I'll look through my records." He found his documents on his 2017 interview and found a fishing license. So he went fishing for a fishing license. So they literally, before they decided that this was Bridge Guy as soon as Kathy brought it to Liggett. She was probably like, "It's Bridge Guy." And from then on, he was convicted, you know? His weight changed. Oh my God. Look, he never says, "Is Bridge Guy in the courtroom? Describe him." He says, "Is Allen in the courtroom? Describe him." Yeah, motherfucker, we know that's Rick Allen. We're all fucking looking at him. Like, what? He couldn't recall the appearance. Here we go. Rosie said that the handwritten notes would be better evidence of the meeting than the electronic report. And Doolin said in a March 2024 deposition that he had no independent... Look, Doolin's lying, y'all.
Imagine that.
He literally said in March 2024 he had no independent recollection of what Allen said to him. So he doesn't actually know what time Rick Allen told him. Wow. Rosie asked Doolin if he saw... Doolin told the jury that while he was at the scene, he found branches piled up with blood. So that was on the 16th, right? We saw, I think. Yeah, he became involved on the 16th. Interesting. Wow. If you're going to impeach him properly. That's when the... What does that mean?
I don't know what that means.
God. Okay, I want to share one more thing and then I'm going to stop sharing. Then I'm done. I just want to watch this part. We need just $2. No, Steve. Hopefully he's okay with his cat. We need to buy a loose leaf Steve's. You know what I hate? When I write what I think is a spectacularly great tweet and it gets the first like, and from an OnlyFans girl, the bots. The bots gonna get you. The bots will get you. Like, define nexus and impeachment. She doesn't know. Kat has never cheated on a loose leaf cigarette.
I want that investigated just in case.
What is this? What is this thing here?
Murders trial, and the jury only heard from one witness. It was 2 years ago today that police arrested Richard Allen for the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German. One of the lead investigators today talked about his interview with Richard Allen around the time he was arrested. Our Emily Longnecker was in the courtroom this morning and breaks down his testimony.
The jury heard from just one witness today, Indiana State Police Lieutenant Jerry Holman, who's one of the lead investigators on this case. Holman described for the jury an interview he did with suspect Richard Allen just a few weeks after serving that search warrant on Allen's home. Holman told the jury he used several interviewing techniques he'd been trained to do, like first trying to build a rapport with Allen, discussing their mutual military service. Holman testified he then told Allen police matched the gun taken from his home to the unspent cartridge found at the murder scene, but Allen repeatedly denied knowing how it got there. Holman told jurors, quote, "He kept telling me there was no way that was his bullet, No way that bullet came from his gun. Holman also told the jury during that October 26, 2022 interview, Allen denied 20 to 25 times being involved with the murders or having a gun on the trail that day. Holman said Allen told him he'd never been hunting for animals or wild mushrooms near the crime scene and never had an explanation for how a bullet matching his gun got there. Holman testified he also lied to Allen during the interview, another technique Holman said he learned in training. Holman said he told Allen police had an expert who identified him as bridge guy on the video from Libby's cell phone. That wasn't true. Holman described Allen as becoming agitated and said Allen told him, quote, "I'm not going to tell you something I didn't do. I don't care what you do to me. I'm not going to tell you I did something I didn't do." Holman also told the jury that during Allen's interview, he asked him about something he claims Allen said while police searched his house 2 weeks earlier. Holman testified Allen told him at the time, quote, "It doesn't matter, it's over." Holman said he asked Allen about those statements and told the jury what Allen said next. Quote, "He said the damage was done, that we interviewed his neighbors and coworkers, and that everyone thought he did it." Holman said Allen told him that police had, quote, "ruined his life." At one point, Holman testified Allen's wife, Kathy, came into the interview room and Holman left, but still observed them. When Kathy left the room, Holman said he returned, saying, quote, "I told him his wife and I didn't think he was a bad person." Holman testified what Allen replied, quote, "What kind of good person would kill 2 girls?" At some point, Holman said Allen told him, quote, "Take all your evidence and just arrest me." When the interview was over, that's what happened. The defense tried to go after the tone of Holman's interview with Allen. In cross-examination, attorney Andrew Baldwin asked Holman, quote, "The nice, calm guy on the stand isn't the same guy Richard Allen experienced in 2022, is it?" Holman replied, quote, "It is." Baldwin also asked Holman if he told Richard Allen in that interview there were, quote, "people that wanted to lock you up and throw away the key," and if he also asked Allen whether he realized, quote, "the death penalty is on the table." Holman acknowledged saying both to Allen that day. Baldwin also asked Holman if he believed one person committed this crime. Holman replied, quote, "I believe that now. Yes," explaining that if more than one person had been involved, he believes someone else would have come forward. Finally, the defense managed to get this lead state police investigator to admit errors in the investigation. Baldwin asked about police leaving the bloody sticks investigators found on Abby and Libby's body at the crime scene, then going back later to collect them. He also asked why female relatives of the girls weren't DNA tested earlier on to rule them out as the person whose hair was found in Abby's hand. Baldwin said, quote, "There's been mistakes in this case." Holman replied, quote, "There's been mistakes. Yes." Defense attorney Andrew Baldwin also asked for those 2 videos of interviews that Allen did with police to be shown to the jury. Both sides decided that the jury will see those videos next week. In Delphi, Emily Longnecker, 13 News.
That is such a menacing photo they used, that dude.
We learned more today about the police interrogation of Richard Allen.
Yes, it was all caught on video. And for the first time, jurors were able to watch that video as Allen was questioned by the investigators. Now, Allen is the man who's charged in the deaths of the 2 teens, Abby Williams and Libby German. The bodies of both girls found in February of 2017 near the Monon High Bridge in Delphi.
Our Bob Siegel was in the courtroom and breaks down today's testimony.
Day 10 of testimony is focusing on the statements given by Richard Allen to state investigators before he was arrested. October 2022, that is when investigators first sat down for a formal interrogation of Richard Allen, and jurors today got to see actual video of that interview between Allen and state investigators. It started off with everyone being relaxed, with Richard Allen offering up information very freely, cooperating with investigators. But then when the investigators told him they wanted to search his phone and they wanted to conduct a search warrant at his home, the tone of the interview changed. At that point, Allen said, "Your attitude toward me has definitely changed. This feels like you're interrogating me. You've known from the beginning I was out there. I told you that." Steve Mullen, an investigator for the state, said, "We're not mad at you. We're not upset with you. We're just trying to get to the truth." Richard Allen said, I think we're done. He said, it's not me. You're not going to convince me it's me. I had nothing to do with those murders. At that point, they allowed Richard Allen to go, but they did serve a search warrant on his home. And 2 weeks later, they sat down with him again, this time with much tougher questions. State Police Lieutenant Jerry Holman is the one who conducted this interview, and he presented evidence that came from the state crime lab indicating that a cartridge found at the crime scene had cycled through one of Richard Allen's guns. Richard Allen, over and over throughout the interview, said, I had nothing to do with this. I am not going to admit to something I didn't do. I can't explain something I don't know about. At one point, Richard Allen's wife, Kathy, was allowed to come in the interview room. She was crying. They hugged. He vehemently explained to her that he had nothing to do with the murders. And when Kathy Allen then went to leave the room and Jerry Holman came back in, that's when things got incredibly heated. He said, now you're going to drag your wife and daughter through this because you're too blank bullheaded to get out ahead of this. Richard Allen responded, you're going to pay for what you've done to my wife. You want to blank with me, but you leave my wife out of this. Leave me out of this. At that point, Jerry Holman started screaming at Richard Allen, saying, I know that you are the killer. At one point then, Richard Allen said, if you're going to arrest me. And Jerry Holman said, happy to. Very important testimony today. Actually, the words of Richard Allen that the jury got to hear for themselves coming up this afternoon. More words we expect from Richard Allen, this time in the form of alleged confessions.
Holman learned how to lie in his law enforcement read technique training. Oh, that's an investigative strategy, or that's a law enforcement. What did he call it?
Interrogation technique.
Yeah. There you go.
He learned that in Virginia. Deceptive techniques.
That's what it was. Yeah. So he just literally goes, hey, so this is not hi, Precaution. Holman had no comments about the part of the interview that was redacted for the jury where he says you're guilty of something, I'm gonna fucking prove it. Yeah, I think it's interesting how he literally never asked. So that was not going to be an interrogation and you weren't going to arrest him that day, yet you brought him into the room. You did 2 seconds of small talk, apparently, and then literally, like, immediately jumped into accusing him. You didn't learn anything new from that interview, actually. Literally nothing new. You concluded that interview with the same amount of information you had on October 13th, the same amount of information you had on September 21st, the same amount of information that you had in 2017. That's it. The only difference is they had taken his gun and done a fake ballistics exam to it. So he didn't even ask anything, just screamed in his face. And the reason, I have a feeling, the reason that Holman arrested him is because he was outsmarting him in the fucking interview. He was not going to... Go ahead, Mama.
So what about the redacted portion where he asked him if he wanted to take a lie detector test? Do we believe that even happened and that was the redacted section? Because I thought the only redacted part was the part where they arrested him. How many
probably
did they redact?
I have no idea. But for them to somehow... So the reason that they would redact that is the same reason that you're not allowed to talk about it in a trial, because that would be like saying asking for an attorney is evidence of guilt. It's the same accusation. If you ask for an attorney, then you're guilty. If you refuse to take a lie detector test, then you're guilty. No, motherfucker, no. Absolutely not. And apparently only the end was edited out, so that could be another Holman convenient lie. I don't know.
That's what I'm thinking. You know, the parts that got edited out, Miranda, the lie detector questions, and the part where they get arrested. bullshit. Miranda and the lie detector part didn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that was edited out was the end.
Look at so when Kathy's like, "How did your gun get there?" Rick immediately says, "There's two explanations. Either the bullet didn't come from my gun, or it didn't come from a murder scene. They got it somewhere else." Those are two very, very, very logical. That to me sounds like the only two explanations.
Right.
But what if that never happened? I'm sure it never happened. And we would never know if it never happened or not, because much like Lala's notes and Dan Doolin's scribbles, it doesn't exist. So we can't disprove it, which means that the burden is on the defense, apparently, in this case. And if there's lack of evidence, you just automatically attribute the benefit to the state. Why?
No. I'd rather believe everybody in the state is fucking lying than give them the benefit of the doubt.
Rick was literally calling him, like, from the beginning, "Look, I know you're going to show me the pictures of the guy. This is not new. Like, I know how you guys operate. Like, no, I wasn't. I'm not going to say that." And they're like, "Oh, well, 5 people saw you on the bridge," which was also a lie. There were not 5 witnesses who saw anybody on the bridge. There was one witness, but Betsy Blair, who saw someone on a bridge, and she described someone very different. But Holman literally says 5 people saw you on the bridge, and Rick's like, "Impossible." Impossible. I didn't even see 5 people out there. Like, at no point. I don't understand how you can watch something like this and at any point I don't get it. So let's talk about the jury for a second. And I am kind of in agreement that I want jurors to talk to the defense attorneys more than anything. I think that's important, especially because the defense attorneys have not been given any information about the jurors. They can't, like, they have not, and that's unusual. They always have. Okay, cool. We can wait for hell, I guess. But I'm wondering, did they just, so when they talk about going off into groups, did they put one undecided in each group and just divide and conquer? Yeah, that sounds like probably what they did.
That sounds like what happened. Because they did it, I think it was, they said groups of 3 or 4.
There you go.
But
why would you need to do that?
Right. But also with that whole group situation. So they went over the video and the interrogation. And after they went over that part, they were 9-3 at that point before the BG and the interrogation.
Mm-hmm.
And they did that, and they went to 8-4.
So then they went the opposite way.
Right. But then they asked for it again, right? They asked for that video again, and that's what they hung their hat on, they said.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of deliberations.
That's a problem.
It is a problem. Because how do you go from, less people thinking that you're guilty, or more people thinking you're not guilty, however, I don't know what I'm thinking right now, to now even more, and then they watch the same footage over again, and then suddenly now we're all decided. I can only imagine how the jury felt in those little groups, as each not guilty person was probably in one group.
Yeah, sure.
Being bullied.
Absolutely. So they split up into groups. They have Sunday off, and then Monday they come back positive about their verdict.
Right. Well, and the one guy that Lana always said that there was the one guy who she said was juror number 6, I think, that she thought was the one who was falsely convicted. she said that when they came back, he always wore glasses. When they came back, he took his glasses off and he was super upset and he couldn't even look at people. Like,
So
he must have been the holdout juror.
it almost sounds, but it sounds like there were. It just sounds honestly like they. I don't know. How do you 3 and 4 is not like you can have juries can deliberate for days for one holdout. If you've got 3 and then you've got 4 and then all of a sudden you're unanimous.
Right.
Did she ever read them an Allen charge? We have no idea.
Right. I do want to know if they were separated or if they were all in one room the entire time. I mean, now that they know that people are kind of up in arms, then they would lie anyways. Michael said that they can pretty much do whatever they want on Twitter today.
Who?
Michael Osbrook.
Who can the jury?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's true.
Let me find the tweet.
They were in one room, Kat. I believe that there's been some development that they were not in one room. There was some dividing there. Yeah, I think that we'll see. I don't know. I think that there's reason to be skeptical of information, but I feel like the skepticism mine is waning just based on things. Yeah.
Okay, so he says, before people get too wound up about alleged juror misconduct, they should consider Indiana Evidence Rule 606B. Things are pretty much set up so juries may deliberate however they want. During an inquiry into the validity of a verdict or indictment, prohibited testimony or other evidence. During an inquiry into the validity of verdict or indictment, a juror may not testify about any statement made or incident that occurred during jury's deliberation. The effect of anything on that juror's or another juror's vote or any juror's mental processes concerning verdict or indictment, the court may not receive a juror's affidavit or evidence of a juror's statement on these matters. Exceptions. The juror may testify about whether A, any juror's alcohol or drug abuse, B, extraneous prejudicial information was improperly brought to the jury's attention, C, an outside influence was improperly brought to bear on any juror, or D, a mistake was made in entering the verdict on the verdict form. Which C kind of applies with, they're fraternizing with Jason.
Fucking Jason, man. You know he's got a cop haircut. He's got that qualified immunity straight across.
Looking straight like a cop.
Yeah, who the fuck is he? I bet you he grills his burgers well done. They just you take them off and they just crumble apart.
Right.
Perhaps Becky Jason. Thank you so much, Keith. Hope you're doing good. Isn't there a mistrial because Hammond said, "Oh, pshaw," in the presence of the jury? Is that true? I don't know. Oh, I did a blur. How do I get this to stop blurring? Hide. I can hide. And then you come back into the frame. You have to go out and come back in. Whatever. Fuck it. Thank you, Keith. Hi, Kimmel. I don't actually know one way or another. I just know that. Oh my gosh. There's a lot of problems. There's a lot of issues.
Mm-hmm. And were they allowed to Google? Were they allowed to do a Google?
I have no idea. I don't know anything about it. I just know that I think the whole process is fucking weird, to be honest.
I'm gonna have to like actually pay attention to that transcript when I read it again. God, it's so hard. It was so hard.
Which one, the jury one?
Yeah, it's very, very hard.
No, I'm not going to show it because now they're copyright striking Google Drive now, honestly. So, and I'm not making that up.
How do you even do that? I didn't even know there was.
There's a lot of things that are happening that they're able to do that don't make any sense. That's all I'm going to say. I don't fucking know. I guess if you, never mind. Jesus. I'm gagged. I'm more worried about who they were hanging out with after hours.
Oh, that was another thing. She said they would go out for dinner or whatever, and it would be like 4 or 5 cops with them. But back at the hotel, there'd be like 10 to 20. Why?
That's insane.
That doesn't make sense to me. Like, if you're going somewhere, I think you would want more protection for the jury leaving than just being there.
Yeah, I don't know. Remember we listened to the scanner audio and it was literally just them chasing a fucking, it was like somebody, what was it? It was like somebody had a camera mounted, not even a camera, a phone like mounted on their dashboard, and they were convinced that they were following the jury. Here's another thing. How much fucking money did they spend on window tints for the jury vans? What do you give a fuck if they're photographing the van? You've got $7,000 of window tints protecting the identity of the jurors. I'm allowed to drive behind your van if I want to. Leave me the fuck alone.
That was called creating a torture. Like smashing the cameras of the or not smashing, but making a big deal of the photographers.
Yes, she literally, so she curated and created and stoked the flames of this totally invented, like, false illusion of danger, this illusion of like threat, and basically created this environment where the jury probably grew quite dependent on her. They probably thought, like, I don't know. The whole thing just feels really psychologically coercive to me.
Okay, so like our community pretty is well established. We all go in our same little, I don't care, it's an echo chamber. We all come in our little echo chamber and we crank, right? We crank. But we do it like in our echo chambers, and then we go on the twits and we say and make a meme and whatever. But I just don't believe any of us are issuing these threats personally.
What threats? That's my thing. Right. What threats? Show me one threat. One. Right. There are none. They're making shit up. Also, by the way, you are a prosecutor. You prosecute accused and convicted killers. So you prosecute or criminals, right? You prosecute people. Many of those people are doing bad things and live questionable criminal lifestyles. You're a prosecutor. You're gonna get threats. You're a prosecutor. Of course, people are gonna be mad at you. People are gonna say a mean thing about you.
Right. I say a mean thing. Usually, I tell him he does too much cocaine, and that's why he has a cauliflower nose.
And it's broken. I wonder who broke it. This is a good point. I don't see how any of us would benefit by threatening the life of one of these people, just like the defense would not benefit from leaking a crime scene photo, just like none of us would benefit. And in the juror interview, and I don't even want to, like, I really don't want to, but I feel like I have to because there's a monopoly on jurors right now, meaning one has talked to one person. He's a prosecutor. My problem is in that interview and in other interviews since with those people, they're continuing to talk about how the pro-defense, I don't even know what they call us, who gives a fuck, but the pro-defense people, if you don't agree with them or that you don't think that Rick is innocent, they're gonna threaten you. Huh? Who? I would argue that we are the most extreme side of the due process spectrum. I've never, ever known any of our group or friends or anyone to ever do a threat. I don't even know any of you to be mean. You've never even done a mean. The meanest that anybody was when Bob Siegel was doing misinformation and there was a minor pile-on, but it wasn't even a mean pile-on, and it certainly wasn't a threat. Like,
right?
It's not happening. It's they're creating this really, really, really false reality based on nothing. And I don't even see anybody making threats now, which is great. You should be wanting to, like Doug Carter's like, tone down the rhetoric. Like, you're the one pushing it. You benefit from it. I haven't even seen any of that. I'm not getting threats every day like I was, and I don't have to make up a threat, by the way. I could literally send you folders of threats. You know what I didn't do about them? I didn't spend 6 months talking about nothing else. If there were any of them that felt real or legitimate, I didn't cry about it to anyone who would listen. I went to the police and they handled it. Like, this is all drama. It's all histrionics. It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous.
Right. The only ones that are like outright mean are the ones that are like Twitter stalking on our, stuff. Oh, I just can't wait till you guys forget about him. He needs to die and fry and blah, blah, blah.
Why are you even still talking about him? Get over it. What do you give a fuck?
Right. I'm never going to stop talking about Ricky Allen. Never.
I don't think that we could. It's fine. Like, my friends and loved ones have accepted it. So what do they give a fuck? If the people closest to me have accepted it, I don't give a fuck. What do you care if I'm doing it? Who am I bothering? Who am I bothering? Whomst am I bothering? I mean, I bother a lot of people, but then just don't fucking watch. I don't watch shit that bothers me. The only stuff I watch is stuff that y'all send me or DB tells me I have to watch because it's like someone doing a funny or someone doing an outrageous or something.
But they all of them have this little narrative that we are out here threatening them. Doug said we called the radio station and threatened the radio station guy, and the prosecutor is getting death threats, and Rosie, you guys are threatening the cops. Who threatened the cops?
You're the cop. Like, I've said this before. You're the police. You're the police. If you're getting a threat, guess what? You're the police. You can just handle it. No one's threatening the police, by the way. Nobody is threatening the police. This is what I want everyone to do. I'm going to do a bossy for a second. If you ever see anybody launching accusations against anyone, really, but certainly the people who are advocating for due process of law, and they're making accusations about threats and harassment and stalking, hold them to account and ask them to prove it. And tell them that you've not ever seen that. Like, they don't ever have to provide receipts for anything. Just like the state of Indiana just convicted a man without a single fucking receipt.
Right. At least show me a screenshot. At least. But we actually have video footage of due process people being assaulted by cardboard and being told, you're lucky this cop ain't here or this cop's here, right in front of the cop, and the cop just kind of was like, yeah, you're right, I am here. Ho ho. The bird counterfeiter. Right.
And you know what Bob did about it? He kept on with his fucking life.
Right.
Like, he fucking kept on with his life. Bye, Chilo. It's good to see you. Yeah, there's another person who literally, what's it called? Someone threatened Frank Meister. Okay, I'm not going to say because I don't know if it was him. So I take it back. Somebody threatened Rick Snay right in front of Nate Lamar. Oh, let me find the video. I bet I have the video. Right in front of the then Delphi chief of police. Threatened Rick Snay right in front of him. And nothing happened. No one gives a fuck. And then threatened Julie right in front of them too. Like, I don't care. They let Greeno into the fucking courthouse.
Right.
Warrants and death threats, literally death threats against members, plural, of the defense team and the defendant.
Right.
I'm fucking crying about it. You know what Jen Ajay said about somebody who told her to burn in hell? She said, I respect their opinion. I respect that.
She's such an angel.
You know what I really liked? And then I'm going to do an Irish and get off of here so I can take my baby out. My dog. That's my baby. Because apparently I don't like... By the way, I like children, y'all. Don't listen to DB. He don't know what he's talking about. You can like children. Yeah, you can love children and like children, not have them. And I don't have children, but I love them. Don't listen. I'm not a ghoul, believe it or not. But I like the part in the interview where Rick is like, what did he say? The death penalty's on the table. And Rick said, I've been wanting to die for 7 or 8 years. Fucking kill me and make my wife rich. I was like, I think Ariel was in the chat. She was like, one of us.
There is a reason we've latched on to Ricky. Okay.
Okay, let's do an Irish. Love you.
Love you.
Bye,
Love
everybody.
you, Kat.
Bye, chat.